So remember that. So, I didn't know that it was computer back there too. And the way I have it set up is so we can check with
Well, when you get more than 20 hours of sleep. Well, you mean, I guess you went to bed.
You can do both.
Yeah,
You can do both. You can give those to Mindy and your verbal.
yeah. Anything from 5. is my favorite. But I'm a night. I can stay up till 2 and I would be just fine. I'll try.
Good morning. We'll get started here in just a minute. Morning, it's 8 o'clock. We'll reconvene
For staff.
Friday, September 29th, the meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. Our first item this morning is agenda item D, analysis of extreme atmospheric river precipitation potential for Oregon. So, staff is. And this presentation will be by Zoom, all of it, correct? Okay.
The host is going to have to enable screen sharing.
David, can you please try again?
Can you have them try to share the screen?
Go ahead and try to share the screen again, please.
Okay. There we go. All right, did everybody see it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect.
So are we ready to get started then?
Yes, we are.
All right, great. Thank you. Chair Quimps and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Tony Janicek. I am the state engineer for water resources and the dam safety program manager. Presenting with me today are David Curtis and Luciana Cunha from West Consultants. They have been leading the effort on this analysis of extreme atmospheric river precipitation potential for Oregon. Next slide, David. So before we get into the work, I'm going to start with a little background on the dam safety program. This map shows the distribution of state and federal dams throughout Oregon. The dam safety program has a very limited role with federal dams and no role in regulating them. However, I would like to point out that this work on extreme precipitation is applicable to all dams in Oregon, so state and federal dams. Next slide, David. So the dams that the program does regulate need to meet both a height and storage requirement. So the dams need to store at least 9.2 acre feet, which is about 3 million gallons, and be at least 10 feet in height. And so all dams that the program regulates are assigned a hazard rating, which is based on the consequences if the dam fails. We have 3 hazard ratings: high, significant, and low. And so for a high hazard dam, we expect loss of life if it fails. For a significant hazard dam, we don't expect loss of life, but we do expect property damage. And for a low hazard dam, we don't expect either loss of life or property damage. Next slide. So the dam safety program regulates 944 dams throughout the state. 76 of those dams are high hazard dams. So 76 of those dams, we expect loss of life if they fail. The image on this slide shows the distribution of state regulated dams by hazard rating throughout Oregon. Next slide. Next slide, David.
Okay, for some reason, it's not advancing.
Recording in progress.
All right, let me restart it. Not even doing that.
Okay, great. So thank you. So now on to the reason we're here today: extreme precipitation. So the purpose of this work is twofold. One, it's to develop a better understanding of extreme precipitation and specifically how it's influenced by atmospheric rivers and a warming climate. And so second, it is to develop a procedure for determining extreme precipitation that can be used by engineers, scientists, and regulators for dam safety applications. And finally, I'd like to point out that this work was funded by the 2021 Oregon legislature. So now I'll turn it over to David. He's going to talk about atmospheric rivers and how that relates to dam safety and the work that they are doing.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner and fellow members. We're pleased to be here today. Atmospheric rivers are a pretty big deal in the Pacific Northwest. As this slide shows, particularly in Western Oregon, 99% of the insured flood losses in the state, or the western part of the state, are due to atmospheric rivers. So they are the primary cause of the big flood events that occur throughout the state, and in particular in the far western portion of the state. So here's a typical example of a dam with a spillway. Spillways are designed to funnel the excess water over or safely through a dam facility. The design procedures that are currently in place are decades old, and they predate our understanding of atmospheric rivers, which is a critical component of flood potential in the Pacific Northwest. Here's an example of another spillway. This is called a morning glory spillway. It looks like a morning glory flower pointed straight up in the air. This is about a 16-foot diameter spillway at Fishhawk Lake in Oregon. Now, the spillways are designed to handle a very, very large event, and we call that probable maximum precipitation. So if we think about the ways that the atmosphere can precipitate water, we think about all the ways that it can be a worst case scenario. How bad can it get? And how much can a particular mass of air actually precipitate? Once we've made that assessment, then it goes into a hydrologic model in most cases to determine a probable maximum flood. And in simple terms, the spillway or the dam has to be managed or be able to pass that probable maximum flood safely. And so all of the spillways that are engaged in the dam, whether it's the principal spillway or an emergency spillway, they have to be able to pass the probable maximum flood safely. Fishhawk Lake, like the one we just described a minute ago, is in far northwestern Oregon, about 7 or 8 miles south of the Columbia River. Had a lot of rain in December of 2007, and the lake pretty much filled up, and that spillway that we saw a few minutes ago is almost completely submerged. You can see that the log boom in the background that's actually collecting a lot of debris. And if you squint really hard and look closely, you can see boats and docks and logs and other flotsam that is being prevented at this point from actually entering the spillway. Here's another view showing how close it is to the top of the dam. So it very nearly overtopped to the dam. You can still see the spill or the log boom holding back the debris to the left. And you can barely see the disturbance in the water surface, which is the morning glory spillway that's allowing water to pass through without going over the top of the dam. Interestingly enough, the log boom finally broke, and fortunately, all of that debris passed through that big 16-foot diameter spillway and got through the dam safely. And that's one of the recurring nightmares for dam operators, is to have debris like that building up and clogging a spillway. The guidance for spillways in the Pacific Northwest is something called HMR 57, which is Hydrometeorological Report number 57, published by the National Weather Service. It was published in 1994. So now we're talking almost 30 years ago. So there's a lot of data that has been observed recently that's not included in this analysis. And 1994 is just about the time that we began to think about atmospheric rivers and discover really what they were. We really didn't understand the structure of what was going on in the atmosphere spatially until the 1960s, when we started to deploy satellites that could look down at the Earth and see these beautiful structures in the atmosphere from the top. So here we see a classic comma-shaped feature that was a low-pressure system that's sitting off the coast of British Columbia, but that long trail of clouds that you see that stretches all the way out to the Hawaiian Islands toward the center bottom of the screen is covering up an atmospheric river. These are just the cloud tops that the satellite can see. But it wasn't until the 1990s that we started to be able to look beneath those clouds and finding out that atmospheric rivers were basically hiding in plain sight. Atmospheric rivers are not a phenomenon restricted to the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast of the United States. It's a global phenomenon. The greenish areas, the intense green, indicate the levels of precipitable water in the atmosphere. In other words, how much water vapor is in the atmosphere that's available to rain out, if you will. It's concentrated in the tropics, where it's nice and warm and the atmosphere is juicy and hold lots of water. But just like when you pour cream into a cup of coffee and you see these swirls that emanate from the point that you're pouring in the cream, these swirls break away from the tropics and then head north. And it's the principal mechanism that water vapor is transported toward the poles in the Earth's atmosphere. When those filaments of water vapor interact with land, that's where the interesting things start to happen. As the atmospheric river approaches the land, it starts to interact with the topography and raise up and cause the water vapor to condense out in the form of rain or snow. Now, the atmospheric rivers are an interesting feature. They're really confined to the lower, say, 5,000 feet of the atmosphere. They're very narrow, maybe only 200 to 500 miles wide, but they can extend thousands of miles out into the Pacific. So this is long filament that almost acts like a fire hose, and it carries a tremendous amount of water vapor toward the land. In fact, a typical atmospheric river can hold the equivalent of water vapor of 25 times the size of the Mississippi River. So that's an incredible amount of water that is brought on shore by these events. And when they interact and start hitting our mountains and lifting up the moisture and causing it to condense, that's where we get the heavy rain and snowfall. Here's an example of a model depiction of an atmospheric river moving into the Oregon and Washington area in February of 1996. And the result is what you see on the left, with some extensive flooding in the Willamette Valley. Our partner in this effort is the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. This institute is basically the leading agency in the world for studying atmospheric river events. And so we're thrilled to have them on the team. What we're doing is focusing on these exceptional atmospheric rivers, which bring the largest amount of rain into the region. One of the things to help categorize the events, Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes has developed a scale similar to hurricane scale. So we have atmospheric rivers AR 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 5. Category 1 and 2 are primarily beneficial. I mean, atmospheric rivers are by and large a good thing. They bring us the water that forms the basis for our water supply. Once you start getting past category 3 and up into 4 and 5, the balance between hazardous and beneficial kind of tips more to the hazardous side. And the big bad boys are the exceptional ones at the top of the scale. There's a time in the element involved here where the longer these things persist in a particular area, the more rain that we're going to get and the more damage that can actually occur. So this scale that was developed by CW3E takes that into account. So depending on the magnitude of the amount of moisture being brought in and how long it's going to hang around, that helps define the category of the atmospheric river. And you're starting to hear that depiction a lot on weather forecasts during the winter season. Here's an example of the number of atmospheric rivers that made landfall in water year 2021, which is basically the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021. And you can see there's a lot of them that year hit the Pacific Northwest. And there was a lot of flooding up into British Columbia, north of Seattle, south of Seattle and Washington, and into Oregon that year. In 2022, again, another heavy year, a little bit lighter down in California, but we did get a big exceptional atmospheric river hit early in the season in 2022. And then in 2023, we didn't have quite as much in the Pacific Northwest, but California and the lower part of the Pacific coastline got hit really, really hard and created some epic snowfall for the state of California. One of the advantages of teaming with CW3E is there is a ton of ongoing research right now that we're taking advantage of. All of that other information and knowledge that they're creating and learning about is influencing and helping inform the project that we're currently talking about. One of the really big things that they're doing is these Hurricane Hunter aircraft, in this case, Air Force Super Hercules plane. Once they get done with the hurricane season, they redeploy the aircraft out to the West Coast, and they're able to fly out over the Pacific Ocean and observe the developing atmospheric rivers. So there's generally two aircraft. One is the Super Hercules that I mentioned, and then there's a NOAA Gulfstream 4, which flies at a little higher altitude. Both of those aircraft will fly out over the suspected area of atmospheric rivers. They'll drop instrumentation packets that go down and measure temperature and pressure and water vapor content through the atmosphere all the way down to the ocean. On the ocean itself, ocean surface, there is a whole fleet of surface buoys that are interacting with the ocean and the atmosphere and relaying data back to headquarters. We have satellite observations, and then something called airborne radio occultation. This is kind of interesting because the GPS signals that we all know about from our phones, for example, those radio frequencies can be used to understand what's happening in the atmosphere with water vapor. Water vapor actually degrades the signal in a very predictable way. And by analyzing the GPS signals that are flying around in the atmosphere, they can really reconstruct a three-dimensional picture of water vapor over our land. Now, we have a warming climate, and that has a potential for huge impact. What we're seeing here is a spiral diagram where each month around the course of the circle, temperatures are plotted for each year from 1850 through the projections through 2020 or 2100. It'll repeat, and we start out around zero, and you say for a long time until we'll start to see around the 1930s, it was pretty much stagnant around zero, no change in the atmospheric temperatures. But as you can see, once we get past around the 1930s and into the last decade, things really start to accelerate in terms of the warming atmosphere. And that's one of the big things that we're concerned about, because in a warming atmosphere simply holds more water. And if you hold more water, that increases the potential for rainfall and snow. So phase one, it was completed in June 2023. There we did an extensive scientific literature research to kind of determine the latest thinking on probable maximum precipitation and all the components that go into it, especially focusing on the time since the HMR 57 was published in 1994. And what we generally found was that the current methodologies suffer from a lack of supporting data. There was some subjectivity involved in some of the choices that were made in terms of how the procedures were developed. And there were some questionable assumptions and uncertainties that were resolved simply because there wasn't enough supporting data to do anything different and still end up with a set of guidance procedures that could be used. And then we examined how the extreme precipitation is influenced from changing ocean and atmospheric conditions, and looked at the potential changes that might be occurring in the future. So we're now starting phase two in October 2023, and that will continue on through December of 2026. And my primary goal, as Tony stated earlier, was to update the extreme precipitation guidance for the state. And that will result in a web-based tool where anybody can go in, scientists and engineers, or even the public, can use to determine the probable maximum precipitation for any location in the state of Oregon. Any questions?
Questions from the commission?
Just a comment. Very informative. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the time that you took to put that together, and thank you for all the work.
Is that the complete presentation? No. I have a question. Yeah, thanks. Can we see Tony or Mr. Curtis? There we go. That's a little better. Thank you. I believe the current rainfall that's hitting West.
Okay, we stopped hearing the audio.
Nobody?
Now I can hear.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Yes.
You can hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm interested in next steps, not only in terms of prediction of this, Tony, but back to the vulnerability that we face. You expressed it in terms of dams, where we are in the Willamette Valley. We're beginning to see the engineered lifespan of revetments and other flood prevention mechanisms reach the end of their lifespan, and so they're starting to fail slowly. And so you have groups, cities, and counties beginning to do emergency scenario planning on what happens when these atmospheric rivers come and we see, again, unprecedented rainfall and that sort of thing. And I'm curious what next steps there might be to take this new understanding of the physics and meteorology and the mechanism to then sort of either prioritize work on some of our high hazard dams, especially. I know there's a number of things going on at the federal and state level, but I'm just curious how this sort of, in fact, I'm anticipating the next discussion item, the integrated water resources strategy. And it seems like this is an area that should get quite a bit of attention. I'm curious how we might be able to integrate some of that in that work.
Sure. Commissioner Quemps, Chair Quemps, Commissioner Mall, commissioners, that is a great question. And so, as David mentioned, what this work ultimately does is update the procedure that we have for this. So all high hazard dams, whether that's state regulated or federally regulated dams, need to be designed based on the probable maximum precipitation and the probable maximum flood. And so what that means for us is that, you know, as you mentioned, a lot of our dams are older. A lot of our water waste, or a lot of our water infrastructure is older, and a lot of our high hazard dams weren't designed on this PMP PMF event because that just wasn't the standard, you know, 70, 80, 100 years ago. And so how we're going to use this information is that we are in the process right now of funding hydrologic and hydraulic models for our high hazard dams that we are aware of greater risk of failure for. So these are higher risk dams. And so with these models, they're called H&H models. With these H&H models, once we have this updated PMP, we'll be able to determine the PMF, so the standard at which these dams should have been designed. And we'll be able to use that to further assess the risk that these dams pose. So some of these might be close to the PMF. They might have been designed, you know, close to pass the PMF. Some of them may have not have been. And so, as I mentioned, we can just use that information to, in a larger risk assessment of these dams, to prioritize future work.
I think one of the other things that we're seeing at the same time that people are scrambling to, as you described, David, capture the benefit of an atmospheric river, that ironically, some of the very structures that we have that could do that, they're having to keep at lower pools because they can't absorb the potential risk. So again, with the demand for increased storage in a lot of areas at a time when, again, our infrastructure to take advantage of potential good out of this is a real catch-22 that I just think deserves a heck of a lot of attention in the strategic plan and work going forward. So thank you for the work on it. I think it's critically important. I'll just note again that kind of like the discussion yesterday on what's happened with groundwater, the importance of this basic information of what's really happening is just incredibly valuable, I think. So again, kudos and thank you for keeping at it.
First, I'd like to remind our virtual meeting attendees to please not use the chat unless you're sending a question to staff, so that can be shared with the commission and the audience here. I want to thank you for the presentation. Very excellent graphics, clearly demonstrate the problems, and it makes me think of the prior administration had framed and done some public scoping around the concept of a 100-year vision, where we would invest in both built and natural infrastructure. And this seems to me like a great example where you could be investing in both the built infrastructure to now accommodate these events that, these structures are going to have to release water at a greater rate and manage it differently. And I think they can only be assisted by investing in natural infrastructure, increasing floodplain connectivity and storage. We often forget that floodplains are another place to store water, and they can help abate flood energy, store water, keep it in the watershed longer. And so a combination of those approaches would fit well into a vision like that. So just a comment about that, and thank you for the presentation. Very helpful.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I think we'll move on to our next agenda item. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll have a presentation on an integrated water resources strategy.
The commission, thank you so much for having me. For the record, I'm Crystal Brunel. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. Again, for the record, I'm Crystal Brunel. We'll be walking through the latest on the updates to the integrated water resources strategy. Just as a reminder, I was here in June and we had a nice work session on the document. And so today I'm here to give us all an update on where we're at with that draft and talk through a little bit of some of the changes that we're considering making to that document. So this presentation will just discuss, we'll reiterate the timeline that we're on for this update project. I'll share a little bit more about the outreach and engagement efforts, the findings that we've had from that, mostly in May and June of this year. And then I'll discuss some of the draft changes for the IWRS. And of course, we'll have time for some questions at the end. So here's the same timeline that we've been working with for several months now. So just as a reminder, we spent the first half of 2023 working on designing and implementing the public input component of the project. So most of the public outreach and engagement was concentrated in May and June. And then during the summer, we moved into draft development. So what we're working on is a draft released to the public for review. So hopefully in October, we'll have that out for our first round of review. And then we will revise that draft and release a second one in early 2024. And what we're moving towards is hopefully an adoption by the Water Resources Commission in early 2024. So as a reminder, what we did for our outreach and engagement, we hired a facilitation consultant, which was Oregon's Kitchen Table, and they helped us put together 7 in-person community conversations. We had a virtual one online. There were several culturally specific conversations, some youth-specific events, and then also the opportunity for people to do self-led conversations. All of that information was provided to Oregon's Kitchen Table, along with the public survey results. And that was all summarized in a report that they put out in mid-July. And just as a reminder of the number of folks that did participate in that effort, we had about 1,700 survey responses and about 200 attendees in the different types of conversations. So in addition to those events, we had we did an interagency survey. We had about 142 responses. So that was not just Water Resources Department. There were other agencies as well. We've also been doing outreach and consultation with tribes. And I've also been presenting to state agencies and boards throughout the summer. So now I'm just going to go over a few of the findings from the Oregon's Kitchen Table Summary Report. I believe all of you received that earlier this summer when it first came out. But I've got 2 slides here that really highlight some of the elements that are showing up, I think, in the IWRS draft that we're working through. So really, there was a consistent message for calling for better interagency collaboration, a call for more education, and a very consistent message about wanting clarity, simplicity, and accessibility in the strategy, but also in governance too. There were some comments, there were several comments actually about just being confused about what agency is responsible for what when it comes to water. Water equity was also a consistent theme, a call for better enforcement of current laws, and concern for children and future generations was a very common theme as well. Additionally, there was also a concern for streams, lakes, and wetlands in the context of drought and climate change. There was a note about inadequate funding for agencies and for water management and enforcement. A lot of notes about observing waste and or illegal use. And I think an interesting side note just on that, folks usually ended their comment if they were observing waste either with saying we need more education or we need more enforcement. Those were kind of the 2 solutions that people were finding with that. Groundwater declines were also a very common topic or concern, and water pollution impacts on people and fish. And there was a mismatch between severity and urgency of action. So that comment being that, that theme being that people are seeing urgency or needing a need for urgency with action, but they're not hearing that generally from the public agencies. Right, so now we're just going to talk a little bit about the changes that we're proposing for the IWRS. So a reminder that just the whole time that we've been working on this update, there's been 3 focus areas that we've wanted to make sure come through in this next draft. So equity, climate change, and the 100-year water vision are those 3 things. So first, for climate change, the way that you're going to see this reflected in the next draft is there's a general acknowledgement of climate change implications with environmental justice. The 2017 version of the document had a very narrow definition of environmental justice. It was only mentioned consistently in the public health chapter. It wasn't a common theme throughout. And so you will see a change in that regard. And then also a closer link between protection and restoration of natural systems and resilience functions. So Chair Kemps, this goes to what you were just talking about here, is that there's definitely a need to make that direct connection, that climate change, some resiliency and adaptation strategies are really can be in that natural infrastructure category. Also, we are looking at adding language to example actions. So if you recall in the document currently, there are recommended actions and then there are example actions that are given. So those are the bullet points that are provided, usually 3 to 10 bullet points that help describe how to implement that that recommended action. So we're looking at that language to make sure that it does have adequate reference to climate change and actions that might need to be added there. And finally, looking at data and research emphasis. So there was a specific recommended action that called for continuing basin scale studies for climate change. And so we've moved that to a data research category, just so it's very close to all of the other data and research needs. All right, so looking at equity. So how are we reflecting equity in this next version? So just within the narrative, acknowledging the historic inequities in the water code. Also including people, a call to include people impacted by decisions and decision-making processes. So this will show up in the narrative and also in recommended actions. Again, also acknowledging the environmental justice implications of climate change. So a very close link to the climate change call there. And then including equity and justice considerations for each recommended action. And I'll get into that a little bit more towards the end when I talk about how we're increasing the amount of information that we're providing for each recommended action. So moving on to the 100-year water vision. So that document itself had a lot of tribal comments and concerns. And so those have been looked at to make sure that those comments, those topics are being addressed in the document. There was also a very consistent call for more education. So again, interesting that our recent outreach and engagement that we did this summer did also have that call for more education. That was also a consistent message throughout the 100-year water vision. And so the awareness was very similar, in terms of topics. So concerned that people aren't understanding kind of the basics about water, but also the water challenges that we face and that there is some urgency in some of the challenges that we have. That document also identified data gaps that exist for state and local efforts. And if you'll recall, in that effort, there was even a technical workshop that really dug into the specifics of what data was missing for that. So that's also helpful information as well. Again, there was a message for restoration activities as a solution for climate resilience. So that message will be carried forward in the IWRS draft, and also call for natural infrastructure in general. And I don't think that term is really, it's not used very much in the 2017 version, and that we're enhancing that in this round. And there was also a call for more water reuse throughout the 100-year water vision as well. So now let's dive into a little bit of the framework. So if you recall, this is the 2017 version. We did do a deep dive back in June, looking at the topics that were covered here. And so this is, I think, a helpful starting place to talk about how some of the changes are being made in the organization of the information that we have in the 2023 version. So currently in the 2017 version, we've got 4 objectives, and these are generally the types of information that are being covered. So data about water supplies is really covered under that first chapter. Data about water demands, both in-stream and out-of-stream, is covered in that second chapter. And then pressures is covered in the third chapter. So things like climate change are covered there. And then finally, solutions are presented in that last chapter. So in looking at how we might reorganize this information, I'll just take a step back and say, why would we do that? There was a consistent message from our public outreach and engagement about wanting more accessibility and to understand what is in the strategy. And so that's kind of why we were starting to look at massaging some of these categories and looking about maybe changing how we are presenting the information. So looking at this slide here, you can kind of simplify the first chapters 1 and 2 and to being really focused on data and research. We understand there's a very clear need for that. And then the pressures category, it's kind of a tricky one where it does have a lot of information in it that really points to the data and research needs, but it's also some of them are solutions as well. And so the things that I think are a helpful example there is water-related infrastructure is an element that's covered under pressures. To me, that, the need for upgrading our infrastructure could really be seen as more of a solution, and does, I think, fit a little more closely with some of our water management topics that are discussed in that solutions chapter. So that's kind of the chapter that we took the deepest dive into with the IWS project team. So again, that's the interagency project team that I was working with to try and look at this a little bit closer and see if there's some changes we wanted to make. So this is a lot of words here, but this is really just, I wanted to flash this up as the requirements of what information is required to show up in the IWS. And so when considering any changes to the IWS, we also wanted to be very cognizant that we aren't eliminating something or omitting information that needs to be in there. So here's the diagram of the 3 categories that the IWS project team has centered on, in terms of, instead of having those 4 chapters like we were seeing in the 2017 version, simplifying it a bit down to more action related. So thinking about the recommended actions that we're proposing and tying them to more of a type of action. And so a big bucket of those are really data and research oriented. There's also a lot of partnership and planning related actions as well. And then finally, water management and stewardship is a very consistent type of action. And of course, something very important that comes out of all of this is really funding is the key piece that holds all of those together. So funding is required for all of this to happen. And so that's an important change that we are proposing in this 2023 version, is elevating the importance of funding and moving that to the front of the document. Currently, right now, it's a section within the solutions category. And so we're elevating that. So this slide, I've got a note at the top that says in progress. This is the new framework showing you a lot of red text and items that are stricken out. And so what this slide is helpful for is seeing where we're proposing changes to titles of information, and also where we're proposing either eliminating a recommended action or moving it somewhere else or adding a new one. This one is gets a little crowded just with all the information. And I think it's helpful though to see where we're eliminating some pieces and adding others. I will go into each one of these sections in more detail where we can actually see them better. I just wanted to let you know that this is something that was kind of like a work in progress and helpful to use as we were working through this approach. So the second slide here, very similar, but cleaned up. And so this is kind of the more, these are the same three categories. It's just now we've changed the recommended action numbering, but kept the 2017 numbering in parentheses there or in brackets so that you can still compare if you wanted to see where that landed. So we have moved some of these around from where they originally were. So now hopefully folks can see those. Those are pretty legible from there. So now we can talk a little bit more about the detail associated with these changes. So again, the first number that you're seeing there is the proposed 2023 number, and the number in brackets is the 2017 IWS action number. So the first category that we're proposing here is education. Under the partnerships and planning. And we're keeping most of these, we've just organized them a little bit differently. We've elevated what used to be the third recommended action under education. And this category used to be called education and outreach. We've simplified it just to education. And we're now promoting the community education and training opportunities, where we've elevated that to the first action because that seemed to be such a common theme that we were hearing from all of our outreach and engagement. But again, it existed before it was a recommended action in the prior version. We've just changed the location. The other two were also there. The supporting K-12 environmental literacy plan that existed, and same thing with educating our next generation of water experts. So still there. There is one that we have moved over to another section, and we'll cover that shortly. Coordination and collaboration is the only new category, so the new heading that we've created. And this one came out of, again, that call for better coordination and collaboration that the public wanted to see from agencies. So we thought we could just put all of that information, all those existing recommended actions that call for that, in one location. So these first three recommended actions already existed. They were generally split between the place-based planning or place-based efforts section and the water and land use sections. And so now we've moved them all together, and they kind of go down in hierarchy. They're starting up top with partnering with federal agencies, tribes, and neighboring states, and then moving down through state agency, improving state agency coordination, coordinating existing state and local plans then right after that. And then finally, there's a new one that we're proposing, and really the wording may change on this one a little bit, but the idea behind it is enhancing environmental justice and bringing more community interest to the table in that coordination and collaboration. So that's what that new recommended action is covering. And so there's a second slide here for that same category, still talking about partnerships and planning, that whole chapter. So place-based efforts was a section that existed before. We've just now, we've kept one of the actions and moved its other action to, shows up here in the coordination and collaboration. That's where that second one had moved. Land use planning, it was formerly called water and land use. We've just changed the name to be more clear about what the content is including there. And so again, not new recommended actions, just renumbered. And then a new name for this last category here. So there is currently a category for extreme events. We're adding the hazard mitigation planning to that, just because that is an important part. A lot of the extreme events chapter or section currently talks a lot about the planning component. And so we felt that that was appropriate to just bring that forward. And that's an important component of DLCD's work. And so that's included there now. And then also just adding a few keywords to the recommended action that make it also more clear about what's included. So currently the section on drought resiliency does discuss wildfire. It's a very small component, but we heard from so many people that wildfire is a big concern that we think it makes sense to elevate that, just adding that wording there to the recommended action. And then the same thing with the Cascadia subduction earthquake and tsunami event. It shows up in the tsunami is in the heading in the document itself, but it's not in the recommended action. So it makes sense to just make those match and include that because that is such a large concern for the coast. All right, so moving on to the data and research chapter. So water quality and quantity information is it's essentially the same information that was there before, just a shorter name, understanding our water resources. And so these recommended actions are covering, most of them are the same. There is a new one, and the reason we're adding a new one, it is that 7B, conducting additional surface water investigations. We're adding that because there's currently one that says conduct additional groundwater investigations. And we wanted to elevate that ask there. That was currently included in another recommended action as an example action. And so we're elevating it to recommended action status. And then you'll also find a few other new or relocated, I guess, recommended actions in here that were from other locations. So there is one that was in a climate change category. I'm not sure I had said this explicitly, but I'll say it right now. The climate change category that was in the document, we've gotten rid of that as a heading in the strategy, and we've redistributed climate change topics throughout. So we're making sure that it's showing up in the recommended actions and the example actions more explicitly throughout, instead of having a separate recommended action that just says, address climate change. So that's where what was the first recommended action under climate change, support continued basin scale climate change research efforts. That's where we've relocated it now to more of the data and research category. And additionally, so all of these other ones, again, they're really focused on data coordination. And that last one under water quality and quantity information, that was formerly under the education category. It's called identify ongoing water related research needs. We felt it just made sense to put that under the data and research category. So that's where that one landed. And then the others throughout here, so out of stream water needs, those two recommended actions are the same. There's been no change there. In-stream and ecosystem water needs. There is a change there, specifically just, both in the titles there. So we've shortened these up again. So understanding has been removed. And so we're just kind of shortening it so it's easier to see what is being addressed in those categories. So hopefully it should be clear to see the different categories of out of stream and in-stream here. And then the recommended actions, the first two under in-stream and ecosystem water needs are the same as before in the 2017 version. And we've relocated an additional one that was in the energy category, but really, again, is more of a data and research need. It's analyze the effects on water from energy development projects and policies. So we felt that that made a lot of sense to move with the data and research. So moving to our last chapter here, the water management and stewardship. We have renamed the healthy ecosystems category. Right now, we're proposing calling it the healthy rivers and ecosystems to hopefully help cue people into the focus on rivers here. But this section does also, it covers uplands and more holistic watershed health as well. So we want to make sure that that's clear. All of the recommended actions in this section are the same, simply renumbered. So still discussing watershed restoration. That's really the primary component that's covered in the first recommended action. Additional in-stream protections, that's where in-stream water rights and other types of designations, outstanding resource waters, those types of things are called for there. Eradicating invasive species. And then that fourth one, protecting and restoring in-stream habitat. That's also really more of a focus on fish access and passage barriers and types of things like that. So a lot of these categories just within the narrative themselves are getting more of that discussion about how we're responding to climate change and how these activities are linking up with resiliency strategies. And then that last category here, pollution management, that was called public health. The content, and that again is to reflect more of the content that was already previously discussed. Public health was really a small component of what was covered in that chapter or in that section, excuse me. It was just really surrounding the discussions of drinking water. But for the most part, that section covered a lot of more of the permitting and how we actually manage water quality and protect water quality. So that's why we've changed that heading there. But all of those recommended actions have stayed. All right, and we've got, I think, just two more slides here for this section or this chapter. So water management and stewardship still. The water use and management section is pretty much the same with the exception of adding a new one at the front end, which is again a relocated recommended action. It's not brand new. It was under the out of stream water needs that we're now calling more of a data and research need. And so this just made sense to move closer to water management because it's addressing unadjudicated water rights claims. So that's what that newly located recommended action was. And this category was also called water development and management. So now we're calling it water use and management to help it be more clear that, if a reader is looking for water use, they might go to this section to understand what is in there. And then finally on this slide, we've got the water infrastructure category. You'll see that those are the same. We've stuck with the same recommended actions. We are proposing a new one that says utilize natural infrastructure there. It seemed to make sense that water infrastructure, currently that section doesn't say much about natural infrastructure. There is a mention earlier in the document about some low impact development and green infrastructure planning, but not really holistically. And so I think it makes sense to have that elevated at this point in the document and describe what that is and some examples for how to implement that action. And finally, our last category in the document is the water and energy category. So these recommended actions, they existed before. The very first one that used to be 4A, that was the one that we moved over to the in-stream and out-of-stream data research needs because it was trying to understand what was being done or the impacts from energy development projects. So again, nothing new on these ones, just relocated. Right, so that's all I had for the overview of the nitty gritty on the changes there, but there is one last thing I wanted to mention in terms of how we're changing how we present the information. So we had mentioned this back in June as a potential, and we have moved forward with this where we're creating one-page summary guides for recommended actions. So in the slide here on the right, you'll see the blue boxes with the dark heading. That is a recommended action that shows up currently in the 2017 narrative. All of those bullet points below it are example actions, and those are also what show up in the narrative. But that's essentially all the information that you're given within the 2017 IWRS. So we wanted to increase the amount of information that we're giving folks with each recommended action so that it will be easier to implement. So the types of information that we're including, again, on these one-page summaries, we will have the example actions listed, but in addition to that, we're adding information about who the lead supporting agency and partners are. So identifying the who that should be doing this. So hopefully that will help with understanding some accountability and who needs to be focusing on which actions. We've also added a category there for equity and justice considerations, just to make that really quick and easy for each recommended action to be linked there. We're also listing existing agency programs and work groups. There are a lot of interagency, sometimes interagency within state agencies or with partnerships with federal agencies that are work groups that are working on some of these problems. And so it makes sense to just call out there is an existing group that's already working on this problem and just identifying again the who. And then of course, a list of documents. So in some cases, there's very significant plan or strategy at the state level that already exists that addresses one of these recommended actions. So it makes sense to call that out. So a nice example would be the Oregon Conservation Strategy or the Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. There are some very direct links to some recommended actions where it just makes sense to identify those documents. Right, so that is all I had for those, and I do have specific questions posed. And there was a question that came to me from a commissioner about the business case, so I wanted to start with this. I don't think any of you have seen this particular question, but the business case for water that was released just a couple months ago had in it kind of at a very high level at the intro 5 guideposts for action. And I just think it's really interesting to see how these topics relate to what we're proposing to do in the 2023 IWRS. So there was so that first one there is investing in whole watershed and nature-based approaches. So I think we're addressing that pretty thoroughly through our increase, our elevation of the natural infrastructure recommended action, but also within the narrative of how we're talking about the ecosystem restoration components. There. And then the second one, funding innovative governance and policy adaptations by elevating our funding generally. Those discussions, the narrative is discussing that component as well. That third one is focusing on modernizing infrastructure across the landscape. This was a concern that was identified in the 2017 version, that need for upgrading and modernizing our infrastructure. So that continues to be a category within the document. Enhancing water justice is also, I think that's a new thing that we're talking about more thoroughly in the 2023 version that just was not really as thorough in the 2017 version. And then finally, recognizing and investing to support tribal economic, spiritual, and cultural values for water and fish. There's a few different places that we're increasing the narrative regarding tribal issues. And so I think that's something that's definitely, I think, an improvement from the 2017 version as well. So I think all of those guideposts that were offered by the business case are being addressed in some way, shape, or form in the 2023 IWRS. So now we can move on to the more, I think, official questions that you have all seen. This first one being, what do you think about the proposed change to the framework? So more specifically about these 3 new buckets that we're proposing by aligning the actions by these types of actions in the hope that they're a little bit more intuitive and accessible to the public and just straightforward about what type of activity is being called for. Does this resonate with you? Do you think it will resonate with lawmakers, the public, and stakeholders?
I'm going to make a procedural suggestion. Do you mind rolling through all 4 questions that you've got? And then coming back to number 1, just because I know I tend to.
No problem. Yeah. So
Sorry. Did you understand those hand motions? Yeah.
all right, so question number 2, are there any headings or topics you feel are missing or any confusion about where a certain topic would be located? And then the last one here, in addition to the 1-page recommended action summaries, do you have other ideas for assisting agencies with translating the IWRS into action?
Thank you.
Crystal, my question is not any of those questions. Back to the earlier presentation. Which commissions did you speak to and what kind of feedback did you get from it?
ODF&W, Board of Ag, LCDC, and EQC. Yeah, so those, and also the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. I think that's it. Yes. And so generally the feedback that I received, it really varied. I think the ODF&W feedback was most specific to dire in-stream concerns, just really wanting to understand how the IWRS was going to reflect and address really critical issues right now for fish, especially in light of climate change and drought. And then Board of Ag, I don't think there was any, not recalling any specific change that they wanted to see. The topics that we discussed were generally things that were already on the plan for being incorporated in the new version. And same thing with EQC. It was more of an informational session, and there wasn't a lot of, direction on things that they didn't see, they wanted to see included that weren't being included. So, yeah.
I think it would be worth having a conversation with the OEB board about, because there's increasing overlap, I think, between what OEB's got on its plate and what we do. So that's just a suggestion.
Did you have a follow-up response?
Chair Reeves, or not Chair Reeves, sorry, I'm going back in time to 2 days ago. Chair Clemps and commissioners, I just wanted to provide a little bit of quick context for you. So while we have reached out to the commissions that are, I think we're calling them, they're within our project team.
The IWRS project team.
Yes, we are also going to be reaching out to other commissions as well. I think we're in talks with Board of Forestry, for example, and so we'll make sure that OEB is added to the list. But I believe we will be, to the extent it's possible, trying to get to some additional commissions. The other thing I want to note for all of you is that we do have questions here. And while this is an iterative strategy, right, or for us to get it updated. And so we're going to have a public comment draft. We're going to receive additional comments. And then we're proposing this today. You might see a very different framework down, in the future after we've gone through the public comment period. So I just want to give you all comfort in the sense of there may be something that you think is a great idea today, and then you may learn something new, and we may decide that we need to shift our approach. And so it is an iterative process to get us to that final update. So I just wanted to allay any concerns about any comments that may make you feel like we're making a final decision on the framework today. We're not doing that today. But your thoughts are certainly helpful to us as we continue to shape the documents and get them ready for the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Commissioner Lee in the Zoom, please, and then Commissioner Mall after that, if he's ready.
Yes, thank you. Crystal, I had two questions. One is under the water management and stewardship area regarding conservation and efficiency. Will you be considering some strategies that were adopted in other Western states that might be adaptable to our program?
We honestly haven't changed the existing recommended action much at all at this point. So currently in that section, there is a recommended action that calls for increasing water efficiency and conservation. And the example actions are not super detailed. It's really more about driving the state to have a more cohesive water conservation message and strategy and resources for folks to achieve that. So that's, that's a category that we haven't really changed much at this point. Is there a specific change that you would recommend making, or an example action that you think we should add to that section?
Sure. And my second question was that off-stream storage would be really helpful for both consumptive use and also for fish and wildlife benefits. And I know the department has a book of potential storage sites, some that are off stream. And I wonder if there will be any look at increasing our water available to us by storage.
So that's another scenario where, yes, there still is a recommended action that says increase access to storage. So that is a recommended action. So we're not changing that, but we are adding resources such as the one that you just mentioned. So making it clear that there is that document out there that folks can reference for sites that have been evaluated. So more about linking to resources that have already been created.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to go back again. There, you have a slide where you had the list of legislative expectations. Can you bring that back up? There we go. To address your question, one of the things that I'm a little concerned about is that I hear a lot and I see structural changes that seem to be related to E, provisions to ensure communication partnership with key stakeholders. I hear a lot. I mean, just the very approach of using the Oregon's kitchen table, which is great for public outreach and the voices there. I see a lot of the structure going back to address this when I think perhaps we may be overlooking, or we're at risk if we don't overlooking just some fundamental, why are we doing this? Why do we have not only the IWRS, but each of the sections? And so I was the one who recommended the business plan because it was great to see that. But what I like about the guideposts that they have, you clipped the why. They include, hold on, let me just pull it up real quick.
I have the
You have the full.
the 2017 version. There we go. That one. So I assume you're talking about the objectives component.
Ultimately, yeah. I'm thinking of, so here, let me get the business.
Oh, that's like the business case slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the business case, at those 5 goalposts, football season.
There we go.
Hold on, here we go. So invest in whole watershed and nature-based approaches for a range of benefits, including avoided costs of potential negative impacts from climate change. That's why we're doing it. Why fund innovative governance and policy adaptations to increase the flexibility of water management. I think that's critical for certainly the high level structure of how we do that. And so if now you bring up that first question in the 3, can you bring the screen back to your question? To me, this structure says to the kitchen table and other participants, here's what it it is, not necessarily, here's what needs to be done because these are the problems we're trying to address, or those sorts of opportunities. So to me, this doesn't connect as well to that.
Yeah.
Does that,
Yeah.
does
Thank
that
you.
resonate with anybody?
One thing I'll just add back to that, that reflection on the why is definitely in the document itself. And I feel like the framework is, it's a beginning framework right now, right? It's a mock-up, it's a draft of where we're headed. And right now we've just been so used to the strategy and the framework being, let me just pull that 2017 version up. It's essentially a very literal table of contents for what's in the document, right? And even this 2017 version lost the goals that were posted. So in the 2012 version, this framework looked very similar, but you could look at it and you could see goal 1 and goal 2, and there's just 2 goals in the IWRS, and I think that that's helpful. I would like to see that returned. But right now, what we're kind of playing with and exercising is trying to present the information just more topically, trying to get at that part, because that seems to be the miss between folks. Like when they're looking at this was the 2017 framework to the general public is too overwhelming.
Yep.
They're looking at these headings, they don't understand. Even though it has the why, right? We've got the objectives posted there at the top. They're too long for them to just intuitively understand what's in these different categories there. So that is the challenge that we're up against right now, is, trying to look at this information that's being presented. The why definitely comes in that narrative. There's a reason we have a document supporting all of these asks, these recommended actions. It can't just, we can't just take the framework itself and run with it and have everything you need to know right there. But we want to get closer to having it make more sense, having that be a holistic picture. So it's a challenge, of course, to get all the information on there and also make it clean and clear and understandable as well. But that's where we're hopefully headed, is that these actions, these types of actions, there's definitely the why is included in the narrative.
And again, just the other thing, I feel like we need to give some thought to who is this document, who's going to use this document. And I think, quite frankly, the most consistent use it gets are from OWRD staff reports, because for each thing you peg it back to, action 1B or 7.3. And I think we can generate a strategy document that guides not only the agency, but the integration across agencies, where there's a lot of room, we know, for improvement. That does maybe go down into more work plan-like specificity. But when we're thinking about the public that we want to engage at different levels, I'm not sure we need the same document. I think we need something different that's either a summary or maybe just a subset of the strategy, because it feels like there's too much in it. And again, my concern with the current structure is that we're attending to making sure the public understands this, when quite frankly, I don't think that's the primary reason we need the strategy.
Okay.
We need the strategy to achieve the goals that we have on behalf of the public. I don't know.
Mhm.
How does that sound
I
crazy?
want to follow up because I share the same concern.
Okay.
These are complex issues, but I think of the audience for this document being state agencies primarily, and secondarily, probably, watershed groups or people who might apply for state grant offerings. A more public facing document might be in the reporting on our progress on the IWRS. And then, you invest a bunch of effort into the reporting to simplify the language without losing the integrity with the strategy itself. But I think the general public, I agree, it's a different product. We're not asking them to use this, and we're supposed to use it, and it is complex, and we get compensated to deal with that complexity. They don't, but so we need to invest a lot of thought into reporting that shows how we're making progress on these and how we're using public resources to manage public waters. So Commissioner Smitherman.
Thank you, Chair Clemps. As this is good discussion, so thank you for your comments on it. I am seeing that you took into account a lot of the comments that you got from the public, and that's where you came up with those groupings, which makes sense. Like you said, if this document is meant for the public, and I think that there could be just some minor adjustments to that, because I think the public does need to feel confident in the decisions that we're making, and they need to understand it to a point and be able to use it as a guide if they wanted to. So, I do see how you were trying to group these so that it would be easier for people in the public to understand those categories, because these were clearly what people were asking for, in those meetings. They wanted more partnership. They wanted more data. They wanted more stewardship. And so I see where those groupings are coming from, but I do agree that if this document is mainly for agencies, that maybe it could be a little more detailed.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I don't know if I put my name on there. I'm gonna have to work on this. Chair Quemps,
So my.
we'll get here in maybe a couple months. So I don't know that I put my name on the record earlier. So I'm the Raquel Rancier, Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration for the Water Resources Department. And this has been a very interesting question. I appreciate your engagement. And I would like to ask another question of you as you're talking about this in terms of who's the audience, because that's something we've talked quite a bit about as well. And that is that there's the larger document that we prepare, which my perception of that document is it is not about state agencies, because it really is providing quite a bit of information, and it's information that state agencies are preparing. So we already know it. That part of the document isn't really targeted towards us. What at least my experience has been as a state agency staffer is I use the framework, and then I also use the little tiny box that you will see in the IWRS that is the example recommended actions. That's generally what I'm looking at. Occasionally I'll go and look for some background information in the document. But this is a very big document considering that's how state agency staff is using it, right? And it takes a lot of preparation. So one of the things that we've been grappling with is and that's why we've been talking about these, it says 1 page. I have a feeling it's not going to be 1 page, by the way. So I'm thinking about them more as being accessible policy type briefs with lots of bullet points. So they're not quite a policy brief, right? But really these 1-pagers in the sense of being able to see what agencies are responsible, what are the actual example recommended actions or sub actions, for each recommended action, instead of having them buried in a 150-page document that you have to Control F search, right? Because that's how I do it, at least. They'll be right here and you can pull those out. And then you can turn around and as a member of the public, as a staff member, as a commissioner, you want to talk about dam safety today. Well, guess what? We've got a 1+ pager on that you can see what it is that we're working towards. And it's going to not only say what the examples are that we need to move forward with, but also what we can more easily update those to briefly state, here's what's going on and here's who's doing it. And to me, that's what resonates with me. Now, I'm just one target of the IWRS, right? And so I do think as we think about, we only have one staff person, right, that's dedicated to writing these documents. There's this bigger document, and then there's what we want in terms of a tool to be able to make it more implementable. There is a discussion about having an interagency work plan. By the way, the statute that we showed you today is the one that's the current statute. Once this strategy is updated, there's revisions to the statute that go into effect, and those revisions do require a work plan, for example. So I really appreciate this conversation because it's something that we've been talking about a lot. And I think there's a lot of folks that appreciate having the bigger document. I think from an agency, if we're talking about the IWRS as being an agency focused document, it's not really, in my mind, it's not the bigger document. For us, it is where we're going with these handouts that we can then walk over to a legislator, send to the governor's office, send to you all to be like, we're talking about dam safety today, and this is what you need to know of it from the IWRS, instead of you trying to flip through the whole document and figure out where it is. So that's all to say, I would love to hear your thoughts on, this is a really great conversation. This is one of the things we've been trying to grapple with as well.
Commissioner Reeves and Commissioner Mall after that, please.
Thank you. I thank you, both of you guys, for further explanation. I share the concerns that Commissioners Mall and Krebs have brought up about this plan, the idea of revising the framework. But I think for me, it's mostly that I worry about losing the lead, kind of the way that these chapter titles, I compare them to the chapter titles in the existing strategy that kind of headline what the underlying effort is, kind of as opposed to the tools we're going to use to get there. And that's I kind of see it as moving from headlining with the tools rather than, or moving to headlining with the tools rather than headlining with the underlying things we're trying to accomplish. Now, we also don't have the benefit of like the whole document and how these would be in it, kind of. So I don't know, maybe I would feel differently if I saw the whole thing newly done with these categories. But I don't know. I just we talked at our June meeting about kind of desired future conditions lead, elevating the value of trying to leave water where it is to the extent that we can. And, you know, maybe those would be captured, but I don't know how. When I see this, seems like a disconnect from this proposal seems like a disconnect from that to me. But again, we don't have to go through the whole document. Yeah.
I do have one quick response to that, just in terms of the what was released in the staff report. So there was a table of contents that was provided there. So a new significant move that's not really reflected in the framework is a whole context building chapter. Okay. And so that, I think, goes back to more of your comment about the desired future conditions. Really, that chapter is more setting the stage and talking a little bit more about the urgency of what's actually happening on the ground right now. And kind of, instead of having, again, going back to the framework being a literal table of contents, there's information in the document itself that is not reflected in the framework, if that makes sense, right? Like there's topics that are, are covered. So the context, that first beginning chapter is a new approach. The 2017 chapter, I felt like we kind of just dove right into talking about water resources and didn't have that kind of, setting. And and so that's why we decided to do that on this round.
I also wondered, is this really going to make it easier for an average person to find things I wasn't even sure whether I agreed with the premise that this was going to be easier for people to absorb, but I don't know, maybe.
Commissioner Mall.
I have to agree with the commissioner formerly known as Chair Reeves. How about this? I really appreciate Commissioner Reeves, your reminder of the desired future conditions. I mean, we have out there a 100-year water vision. In some ways, that's the most tangible, even though it's very intangible in some ways. But that's the closest thing I think we have to a desired future condition that's on a 100-year timescale. So that's way up there. In my mind, the value of something like an integrated water resources strategy is at a slightly lower elevation. It's to characterize the issues, the big challenges that we faced. And let's face it, most of what we're talking about is challenges. And if we can characterize those and then have the subheadings that map out strategic goals with the why. Here's the issue. Why do we need to address it? Here are our general goals. I would argue that the integrated, the IWRS should stop there, and that the actions and all of this specificity that make up the rest of the 47 pages, it should be in a different place. It should be where it is. It's mimicked, or it's copied in staff work plans, maybe in the, I don't even know about the organization. I mean, about the department strategic plan. But I think part of the challenge of doing what you're tasked with doing, which is an incredibly difficult thing, is you're trying to repackage a number of different things at all of these different elevations. And I think it might help if we just produce something that was very different in only attending to that, not the 50,000 foot, but maybe the 30 to the 20,000 foot. And then we looked at where could we then segregate out the action plans in places where staff can refer to it, or you can use it for work plan development, partnerships. I mean, in some ways, the regional planning partnerships have done something similar. You've got, and they're struggling with the same thing, I think, as well, trying to compress too many things into one document. Whereas if we have these higher level things to remind us, and that then it's easier to pull the white papers that you need to go to the legislature, and I'll remind to go to the feds, because we still think could really benefit by really investing in that partnership as well. It becomes easier. You don't have to get into in that initial conversations, the nitty gritty of what's needed. But remember, here's the problem. We got a groundwater problem. We are out of water in some of these areas. It needs to be addressed. We need the support for that. Here's the support for it. Now, what are you going to do? So maybe breaking it up.
Chair Quince and commissioners, as I'm listening to all of your comments, one of the questions that comes to my mind is, does the framework actually need to be 2 pages? And you have one page that's focused on recommended actions, right? And how we move forward. You have another page that's that context setting of the why. But it's still brief, right? And that gets to your point about, a couple of the comments you've had throughout the meeting. And so I'm wondering if that is another way to get at what I'm hearing here. I do think that something we need to, so it's good to get feedback today, because we do need to get this document turned around for public comment pretty quickly here. And so I guess what I'm not hearing, though, is if there's really clear consensus from all of you about what you want it to look like, because I'm hearing a couple different, themes from there. And we do have, all the agencies out working on at least the current version of what will shortly be published. And so if we need to make a pivot, it would be really good to have clear direction today on what that pivot looks like. And then I will note that, because I do need to manage our staff stress levels, is that what that may mean is that we also then need to push back the timelines on some of the publishing of this work and consider how that just, the implications of that, and then communicate that out to other folks if we do get to that point. So I'll just note that we're very close to that public comment time period, which means there's been a lot of work done to date. And that doesn't mean we can't pivot. We just need to have some clear directions so that way we can keep moving forward and then also know what we need to tell the public in terms of timelines and other folks.
I would very much be in favor of slowing down the delivery date to do a deeper reflection on the structure. Certainly one vote for that in my mind.
I'd like to check and see if Commissioner Wolf or Commissioner Kahara have any comments, please.
I don't at this time.
I don't have a lot in the way of comments or ideas for changes. I do like the one thing that caught my ears was the on the recommended actions, putting the who is doing that, I think is important, not only for my understanding, but I think others that would be looking at the document and going, well, who the hell is supposed to be doing this one? It's helpful, would be helpful to me to see that, to know, oh, this is ODF and W's, or, oh, this is really ours, and okay, where does that fit into the work plans and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, of Water Resources Department? Is this something that, instead of it being something that another agency and board needs to be working on? I find that idea very helpful. This higher level discussion on, what level to look at. I don't really have a comment on that. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I appreciate your suggestion. I think it's a great idea to talk about the who and like who owns this document. And I think that's always been a challenge in getting it implemented is who owns it. And the perception is, well, it's OWRD, but it's an integrated strategy. So it needs multiple agencies to own it. So I think it's a great comment. I'm concerned overall about sacrificing content and the lead, as Commissioner Reeves said, for simplicity. And that's a reaction to today's presentation. But again, I want to emphasize that these are complex issues. We can't ignore that. And it's a challenge to communicate them in a way that is understandable to the general public, but that is part of our challenge. And I don't want to lose meaningful content for the sake of simplicity. So.
With respect to your request for more clarity about what we're looking for here, or more specifics, I'm afraid that I'm also in favor of more time because I can't answer that question. And I don't want to put the department in the position of like bringing rocks because that is not effective. And so I appreciate the position, Crystal, that you're in because you're trying to interpret kind of general high level input into a specific document, and that is hard to do. But in terms of how I would change this organization, I'm not sure I can answer that, unfortunately. And so I think, we do need just to slow this down and have more conversations. But try to guess, because we saw a whole draft, for example, of the entire thing. Maybe that would help us get our thinking more clear. Can I say one other thing too? When I think about this document this time around, I'm thinking, there is a role for people who are not in state agencies. We envision a lot more local planning, and I think people besides professionals who do this every minute of every day are going to need to be able to digest this as well. So I think we should keep that in mind also, to your point too, Julie. So anyway, I'm sorry not to be able to say this is more specific, but I had to do that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I have maybe a suggestion. We'll see what you all think about this. I think what I'm hearing today is we may need to make a couple adjustments to what we have here and try to incorporate some of the items that it sounds like people like about the existing framework. And that may mean that we're trying to merge both of these concepts right together. But I think another way for us to get more information is really to do a public comment period and also to have and to present a full draft for you all and a full draft for the public, so that it gets out of this sphere of imagination, right? And so you can actually see what is in the document and whether it's headed in the right direction. And then that would be the time period to say we need to slow it down or not, because then we know whether we're actually headed in the right direction. Because it sounds like right now we just don't really have, there's not a good sense because you don't have something in front of you. So I'm wondering if that might be a good approach. I think another part of that approach would be to have, as part of that comment period, very clear questions around comparing the old framework and the new framework and how it's resonating with folks. Because right now, we're taking the engagement. We didn't have this framework during the engagement phase, right? This is taking what we think we heard and trying to incorporate it. But we don't really know if someone had said, well, I'm not even, I think it was you actually, Chair, Commissioner Reeves. I'll get there. So I think you had said that, well, I don't even know if this would make it easier for the public. Well, we don't really know until we ask the question, right? So that might be a way for us to proceed, is to take some of the feedback that we heard today and then incorporate that into the public comment draft, have that first public comment period, and then assess what directions. And then I think that'll give all of you a more robust conversation to have, as well as for us to actually know what the folks that really rely on this document are thinking about it as well.
Commissioner Reeves.
Just a follow-up on that, your comment period makes me wonder, do we have any, do we have procedural constraints about how we do this process? Is there something that says we can have a comment period and see where that goes and then kind of play it by ear from there?
Chair Quemps, Commissioner Reeves, this isn't a rulemaking, so it doesn't have those same statutory provisions. We do, if I'm recalling the statute, I think we do need to take comment, but you could simultaneously run comment periods and have conversations and all that. So we have flexibility there.
I think you're hitting about 500 so far. Crystal, can you remind us, is there a section that talks about reporting? Because I don't want to lose that. I do think that is one of the more public facing ways we communicate this progress on the strategy. So.
Yes, thank you, Chair Kemps. That is something that's actually new. So currently in the 2017 IWRS, it states right in the introduction that really the whole point of the document is to develop work plans. That's basically what it's pointing to. It's saying these are the recommended actions, but then the next step is for agencies to create work plans, and then it kind of leaves it there. And so as far as what has recently changed, though, with the legislative session in 2023, we now have very discrete direction to create progress reports every 2 years. And so that's what we're going to be moving towards. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement to how we're tracking that WRS.
Okay, thank you.
In response, Raquel, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that a public comment period at this stage is going to get you much. I think you've gotten a lot. I think we do have a good feedback from a variety of publics on what they would like to see the state, the agency do to address some of these issues. I think it's on us now to take that comment, take that feedback and look at the structure in a way with a little bit more time. As an example, and a second reason, I think, if you were going to go out for public comment, a lot of call for equity, And in general, I think people kind of feel like we know what that means, but I don't think we really do. I think that there are equity concerns. The most of the discussion yesterday could be characterized as an equity discussion around a public resource with differential access to it that is causing harm to some people. And I think oftentimes the equity discussions are often marginalized groups and urban settings and those sorts of things. And so I'm not sure at this phase, the public comment period would add much unless we really started to get into it. And that's where I feel like if the framework is really high level, we can have those deeper discussions as we move into implementation on things, not necessarily for the framework as well. As long as the framework calls out, as it does currently, which I applaud, that equity considerations will be a major driver for the state of Oregon. The work on that and the detail, which is going to be regionally specific, can happen at another level. I think there's a risk that if you try to engineer that at this 50,000, 30,000 foot level, we're going to miss the mark. So I would say, give us more time for the process. Don't rush the return to public feedback yet, but let's do some more work internally on just making sure that the structure, because again, it's Herculean, it's a huge structure that you're trying to simplify and develop the specificity beneath it.
Chair Clemps, Commissioner Hall, Commissioners, for the record, Danielle Gonzalez, Policy Section Manager at WRD. So I agree with you. I think there's been a little bit of a mismatch on our timeline with this particular commission meeting. I think if it were a couple of weeks later, you probably would have had a little bit more to stand on to actually give some additional feedback to us. So we're hearing that particular piece. All of the pieces that you're talking about here are questions and concerns that we've also had. So I appreciate this conversation because it means that we're actually really starting to move in the right path. What Crystal has been trying to work through is actually, again, putting a platform we can all agree upon as agencies, as multiple water agencies of where we're trying to go. And then taking from that point, getting into some high level structural pieces of where those fit. And then under there, of course, the recommended actions. And then from there, we would then build individual interagency work plans, and then building it also into some of the strategic plans that are coming down the pathway as well. So while we want to not delay the timing, because there are other strategic plans that we're also going to need to be working on at the same time, we want to make sure that that timing also is not a miss. So then the question that I would have is this something that we potentially need to do just a virtual commission discussion on when the draft is ready? Okay. So I guess that I offered that up without really looking around the room and all, but it seems to me though that that's what I'm hearing is needed, is that you actually need to see a physical draft to make sure we're going on the right path. And then we can decide from there which direction we go. But just, I want to keep in mind though, we do have a strategic plan piece coming up in the near future as well. And we want to be able to make sure that our strategic plan well aligns with the IWRS, not just at our agency, but at multiple agencies at the same time.
Thank you. So we've got about 15 minutes left. I think we have two people that wanted to comment on this topic.
Two more questions.
Oh,
gosh.
Chair Quemps, I think if we are intending to have another meeting on this, I guess the question is this, consider whether we need to go through these other two questions today, and maybe we do, and that's fine.
What was the next question? I'm sorry. The last one. Okay, yeah. I agree that it might not be, from my perspective, useful to continue with the questions until we have
If I may, sorry.
Sure.
In response to this, there was something very specific in the report that I just wanted to encourage you to elevate, and that is on the it looks like on page 4 of the staff report. There's reference in chapter 2 to something we talked about this morning, expanding the use and hazard mitigation planning. And there's some additional narrative will describe applications of land use planning on water quality, quantity, ecosystem needs. And I just thank you to elevate that, because I think we saw it again yesterday, all day long, that land use planning, I really don't think it can be sort of a down deep in the specifics. I would really like to see land use planning elevated higher, because the integrated talking. I think that's the most direct opportunity for integration when it comes to the use of water resources in the state. Is the land use planning program that we have. Again, you've heard me say it before, TLCB. Specific to that question. Oh, question 2 is which one I'll talk about. But it's not missing. Please make it more. Please consider making it more prominent.
I had one other lower level comment on the collaboration. I didn't see academia mentioned, and it seems like there's a great opportunity to collaborate with Oregon State University, for example. Other institutions in the state. I understand that OSU alum has made a very generous donation to the university to build a supercomputer, and one of the things they'll be able to do is a lot of climate modeling. And it seems like having a relationship with them and developing questions, and maybe even, you know, the goal about developing the next generation of water professionals, working on those topics with them.
Thank you, Chair Kemp. So the 2017 version does include that. And that particular recommended action that does discuss partnering with academia is now under the research, data and research component. But that topic, that concept is not going away.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll go to public comment then. Kimberly Priestley from Water Watch. Thank you for the report. It's great work, and I know it's very challenging to work for so many reviewers and audiences. You have not only my sympathy, but my empathy. So thank you.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. I will just say straight out that my comments that I'm delivering today are largely on the outline that that was in the staff report. I really appreciate the conversation that has happened today amongst commission members, and agree with much, if not all, of what was discussed. But I did want to just get some points on the record. First of all, just as a little bit of background on Water Watch and our past participation in the development of the integrated water resources strategy. We were involved before the 2009 law directing this passed into law. We were involved in commission discussions leading up to that law. And then as far as the 2009 legislation, we were very involved in negotiating that. Most importantly to our organization, the word in stream did make it into statute. And so the directives of that law are very clear that the plan needed to move the state towards both understanding in-stream and out-of-stream needs, but also meeting in-stream and out-of-stream needs. Water Watch as an organization was on the first PAG
the policy advisory committee or group, sorry, that met over 24 months. On the second PEG, we coordinated with folks on that. We provided comments on, the first round. I think there were 3 years of work leading up to the 2012, and we provided comments at every juncture, talked with commissioners, agencies, et cetera. I guess long story short, we've been involved since the inception and have participated in every avenue that we could have, including public outreach, et cetera. So that's the background going into our comments. I guess, as a stakeholder, this is just our position as a stakeholder watching the progress this time. I guess I would say that, up until this point, from our perspective, the Water Resources Department communications to the public indicated that there would be added attention to equity, climate change, and integrating directives of the 100-year water vision, and then at the last commission, there was some really great discussion amongst commissioners. That's, much of it centered on climate change and equity, but there were also some additional suggestions made by commissioners, including importantly provisions on protecting what's left from over appropriation. And I guess I would just say, as far as the process, or as far as the outline, and again, we have not seen the larger document, nor had we seen the slides that were discussed today. But, I guess from our point of view, that the department seems to be sort of changing course and recommending a whole-scale reorganization is of concern. And, again, I keep qualifying it, but I just, I'm trying to have an open mind. But I just want to say my comments are based just on the outline in the staff report. And I guess, our concerns with this approach are, one, honestly, from our perspective, it really does feel like it's come out of left field. We don't think, we were very surprised to see that reorganization of the document was what the state was suggesting. As a reminder, the original 2012 strategy was developed after roughly 3 years of outreach. As noted, there was a policy advisory group that met over 24 months. This included all stakeholder groups, including agency directors and also the governor's office. There were open houses across the state, not just in sort of the remote areas that these open houses were this round, but also places where there are people who are very heavily involved in water, such as Bend, Salem, Ashland. I think from our point of view, that the 2012 document was very purposeful in meeting the directives of the statute, and also was incredibly, really well vetted. There were multiple opportunities for public comment, I think all stakeholders were heard in that. In the 2017 edition, by design, retain the original goals, objectives, and guiding principles with the intent to update information, fill important gaps, and strengthen ideas by shoring up or adding new recommended actions where needed. And it was our understanding that the state was moving forward with the same trajectory. And I know that the staff report indicated that the reorganization is in response largely to the public engagement efforts by Oregon Kitchen Table. And I guess I would just say, Water Watch participated we took this survey, we worked with other conservation groups to get members to participate in that, we worked to get members to the meetings across the state. We attended the meeting in Roseburg. We had friends who reported back about the meetings in Deschutes or in Madras, and also the virtual. We've, attended and or streamed all the commission meetings on this. And I guess, and read the long report from Oregon Kitchen Table. And we're still not seeing, while we are seeing, as Commissioner Smitherman said, there was, a great call for like more data and things of that sort. We didn't see a call for reorganization of the strategy. Second, from our point of view, it doesn't align squarely with the statutory mandates. As noted previously, the nut of the law is that the state needs to both understand in-stream and out-of-stream needs but also develop objectives and strategies to both meet in-stream and out-of-stream needs. And it's not, I understand that a lot of the directives are remaining the same, but I think it's the discussion that the commission was having about the titles. So it's, from our point of view, it's really important in the titles to say things like understand in-stream and out-of-stream needs or meet in-stream and out-of-stream needs. And the reason for that is, especially, for instance, say in the legislative arena, folks are not necessarily going to read the whole document, but they do wave around the placement. So I think having the why in the titles is really important. The other, I guess, another point I would make, and this may just be a matter of wording and or organization, but we are concerned that the new structure elevates planning and or collaboration to a level that is not in the 2012 and 2017 version. Right now, where that comes in, like for instance, place-based planning, which I know the commission is very fond of, it's a solution, but it's one of many solutions. And by giving it its own chapter, and again, we haven't seen it fleshed out, we are concerned that it's elevating it to a level that hasn't been maybe vetted with the public. And to be clear, I'm not speaking to the validity of planning at all. It's just, it's our concern, just to be frank with you, is sort of how things are framed, because we have seen, especially in recent legislative sessions, we've seen bills that are trying to take away agency autonomy in the name of planning. So in other words, the bills we are seeing would take away agency ability to follow their mission if it's not included in a plan. And so regardless of where the state lands on the organization, I would just ask that the state be really mindful on ensuring that state autonomy to follow their missions is retained in the plan. And so that's really the comment there. Those are some sort of the high level concerns. I guess we would say, rather than restructuring, that, we would appreciate, or we appreciate commitments made for, about filling the gaps. For example, inserting a section, I think, on water equity has been discussed with the commission. We would say, I agree with comments made that I think that deserves sort of a broader, more work, more discussion. But we would say, from our view, this should include, among other things, tribes, underserved communities, and also ecosystems. On the last point, if you look at definitions spanning the United Nations all the way to the 2023 Secretary of State report, ecosystems are included in the definition of equity. And we would hope that the integrated water resources strategy would follow suit. We agree wholeheartedly with the department that there needs to be more on climate change. So we're really glad that they are proposing that. As to the 100-year water vision, that document does have a lot on in-stream provisions. So we would just ask that those be looked at as well. As to organization, we're not saying that there isn't work that needs to be done there. I think some sections could be untangled where they don't really make sense. For instance, water management right now doesn't have its own bubble. It's tied with development, and those seem to us to be two very different things. And then I guess, the bigger picture points from Water Watch, and I think some of the stakeholders that we have been in discussions with, is we really need directives to bolster agency coordination. The two things we hear, we hear a lot of people, most of the people we talk to, including legislators, think this is a solid document, but what we hear over and over is we really need to increase interagency coordination. And we need to move forward on implementing the plan. And so implementation, I think, coordination is part of that, but also, specific directives, I think, and maybe this is the agency work plan stuff that you guys mentioned, but directives to move these agencies forward, and of course, funding. And I think, as you all are aware, stakeholders across the board are, vigorously working in Salem to try and get funding for the agencies. And so I think, if there's a push, which it sounds like there's going to be, but if, I think if there's really a call out on implementation and necessary funding, that would be super helpful. Anyway, again, these are just responses based on the staff report that came out. But I guess I would say in closing, we do think the existing document is really a solid document. We would like to see it, updated, but in a way that maybe doesn't rework the whole thing and also maintains the integrity of the underlying statute, because this document is incredibly useful to stakeholders across the board, whether it's, Water Watch or farmers or municipalities, as far as work in Salem. So with that, sorry, I know that was sort of a lot. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Kimberly. Questions?
Thank you.
I think we have Chris Hall on the Zoom. Chris, did you want to comment on this topic, or was it for the general comment at the end of the meeting?
I'd like to make a general comment at the end of the meeting, as well as this topic. For the record, my name is Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League, and I appreciate the opportunity, Chair Quemps and Commissioners, to address you on this topic. Water League engages the public in water stewardship. As such, it feels like we might be an outlier among members in this room. Speaking as a member of the public, who among many are interested in the governance and management of water that belongs to all Oregons, I'd like to make a few comments. We know that the public values inform the public interest, and that values have always been shifting since time immemorial. One shift in particular is the public's interest in their water, the water that belongs to all Oregonians. The public is increasingly becoming more interested in water management and governance, commensurate with increasing water scarcity and water demand. This is what we're finding out in our work every single day. The position that the integrated water resources strategy is mostly pertinent to those who are paid to use the IWRS is a quickly fading aspect of the conventional wisdom that is subject to the evolving public values. The general concern about the public getting its hands on the IWRS is palpable. Segregating the details about the specific actions on how officials manage water in a way that estranges the public from governance and management runs counter to the zeitgeist that the public wishes to learn more about, and that is their water. The IWRS update, as presented today by staff, appears to be in alignment with the public values and their interest in water. They want more direct involvement and understanding of how officials hold water in trust and in the future. If the state gives up leadership on public engagement, the private sector will pick up the slack, and the state will just have to join the parade wherever it can find its way to nudge in. The work by state officials and public engagement and interest in the IWRS are not mutually exclusive. Both the state can continue its important detailed work and the public engagement can continue simultaneously. And we hope that such a concept does continue to get your support in the IWRS. I want to thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comments, Chris. Any questions from the commissioners? No? Okay. Thank you, Crystal. And I think we're ready for a break. It's 10:05, so we'll break for 10 minutes and reconvene at 10:15, please. please, and move on to agenda item G, the budget and legislative update.
All right, good morning, Commission. Quick question. Should I be pulling up the PowerPoint slides or is someone in the room going to run them?
Whatever is easiest. We have them loaded on the laptop, so if it's gonna take time for you to find them, then let's just go ahead and have them at the table run it.
Let's have the table run it. I think that might be just the easiest.
I love comfortable silences.
Great. All right, looks like we're good to go. Chair Clumps, members of the commission, good morning. Apologies, I cannot be there with you in person today. Legislative days calls. For the record, my name is Bryn Hudson. I'm the legislative coordinator for the Oregon Water Resources Department. And I'll let Lisa and Danielle introduce themselves.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lisa Snyder and I'm the administrator for the Administrative Services Division.
Hello again, Danielle Gonzalez, Policy Section Manager.
Great. All right, let's pop to the next slide. So we're here to provide you all with an update on the 2023 budget and legislative session, or excuse me, the 2023 legislative session, the 2023-2025 biennial budget. We did a previous deep dive in the midst of session of everything that was on the table. So we're going to try to fly at a relatively high level and focus on implementation and the budget numbers now that we actually have those. So the staff report contains a pretty in-depth summary. I believe it's about 7 pages long of all the legislation and all the budget investments. So if you really, really want to dig into one issue in particular, we're happy to speak to that if you have something in specific that you'd like to touch on. So as just a quick reminder, the 82nd Legislative Assembly convened in January of 2023 and concluded on June 25th, 2023. So we were in a long session. So that's the 6-month marathon. And during that session, more than 2,500 measures were introduced. We typically track about 500 of those bills just because water touches so many different facets of policy, as well as just there's an opportunity for water to always be brought into the conversation. So we track a lot of legislation. There were over 80 pieces of water quantity related legislation that we were tracking. So this was a really, really busy session for us. We can go to the next slide. This really busy session ultimately culminated in a $143 million drought package that was distributed across multiple agencies. These are some summary numbers per a press release from Representative Helm's office. This is not our own analysis, but I think this is really effective in kind of providing an overview of all of the different areas that the legislature was focused on providing investments in. You'll see particularly dollars for water project improvements was a large focus. This is in the form of either grant dollars or direct appropriation pass-through dollars, as well as in-stream priorities and watershed health was also a focus. Now we will get into what everyone really wants to know about, which is our budget. So we can go to the next slide. So overall, there was a total funds increase of around 33% from the prior biennium. So you'll see the total funds budget was just about 272 million. And I'll direct your attention to really two lines in particular. One is the general fund increase, which is always nice to see, as well as a pretty significant increase in our other funds for grants and loans. And we'll get to what exactly is included and what the numbers look like for grants and loans. But overall, we saw a staffing net increase of 23 positions from the current service level. And in total, 20 of those positions are permanent. 2 of which are limited durations from the previous biennium that are now permanent, and 18 of which are brand new positions that are permanent to the agency to implement work. We can go to the next slide. So we're not going to go over every single one of these bright red circles, but I think the point of this slide is really to draw attention to the large focus on water across the board and highlighting how many different recommended actions within the IWRS received some kind of policy or budget investment, which is always exciting to see. So if you are really curious about which recommended actions correlate with which legislative actions, the attachment within the staff report actually provides a crosswalk under each piece that we speak to, and we've done that crosswalk for you where we kind of link up the recommended actions. So if you're really interested in that, I'd recommend checking out the staff report. Let's go to the next slide, and we're going to start talking about post-session implementation. So this is not going to be a holistic rundown of everything that we have to do. But we're trying to highlight some of the larger pieces that you all may be interested in. The first is fittingly on the integrated water resources strategy. So this was a budget package that was part of the governor's recommended budget and was funded. So this makes a limited duration program analyst position that supports the IWRS permanent. And this person will be focused on implementing the IWRS, developing updates, coordinating across state, federal, local governments, as well as educational and non-governmental entities. There was also some additional policy work done on the IWRS, as Crystal alluded to in her presentation. One of the main pieces that may be of interest is the requirement for update and review of the IWRS was previously 5 years. This bill extends that period to 8 years. So it stretches that timeline out a little bit to give the agencies more time to actually implement projects and carry out the work as directed. Additionally, there are biennial work plan development requirements for water-related activities. So this is really focused at providing more transparency and making it more widely available for folks to see what work the agencies are doing on water. Additionally, the water availability reporting system received some investments. So you'll remember this was also a budget package within the governor's recommended budget. And this is really focused on providing a dedicated team to coordinate research, outreach, project development on the water availability reporting system, or WARS, to essentially just update and refine the water availability model. And as a reminder, this is the model that predicts and models surface water availability. So there is significant investments and resources diverted there for staff to start work on that. So that's also exciting. Next slide, please. Policy implementation is also going to be at the forefront of our mind and our work over the next biennium. So we received a lot of different policies to implement. The first was the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation water rights settlement. So we received some funding as well as staff to actually focus and lead that process on the department's end. So that'll be exciting to actually have some senior level staff out there working directly on this, and then have some funding to help facilitate the public process out there. Additionally, we received some limited duration staff to support an effort that is going to be led by DEQ to research and provide recommendations on water reuse and recycling programs and projects. So essentially doing some analysis to see how we can expand and strengthen the use of reuse and recycled water. So DEQ is leading that project, and then we will be reporting back to the legislature on those recommendations. And then additionally, we have been directed to develop an updated scope of work, resource inventory, and timeline for updating the 1998 Stewardship and Supply Initiative. So that's a pretty old document. I'm happy to provide it for those of you who are interested in reevaluating it. I know Commissioner Lee, I was just reviewing it this morning and saw that you were on the workshop panel. So that'll be good to see your insight on that as well. So we'll be working on that update as well. And that timeline is for October 1 of 2024 that we need to have that scope of work, resources, and timeline update to the legislature. Next slide, please. More policy implementation we had to look forward to. Place-based integrated water resources planning was made a permanent grant program. So those of you recall that there was a pilot program over the last several years. Legislation this session authorized that program to become permanent, which is exciting. We also received some staffing as well as grant dollars to actually go into that program to get groups started. Additionally, we received some limited duration staff or contracting services. It's on a limited duration business or basis. So we need to evaluate the best way to use those funds. But essentially those funds are specifically to advise, assist, and evaluate opportunities for groundwater users in the greater Harney Valley groundwater area of concern to utilize voluntary agreements. I know we've been discussing those at length this commission meeting. So we received some resources to kind of focus on that work. Additionally, there was also legislation that expanded authorized expenditures for the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund to include replacement of household wells that have contaminant levels that exceed drinking water quality standards. And there's also some requirements for DEQ and OHA to coordinate with us and help establish criteria on what that looks like. Additionally, there was some expansion of the Certified Water Right Examiner testing and licensing criteria. So there was this legislation and specifically allows for employees who have worked for longer than 7 years at irrigation, drainage, water improvement, or water control districts and have relevant technical experience to be eligible to actually sit for the CWRE examination. So that actually does have a sunset of 2027. So that's not a permanent change, but that is a change that will be happening over the next several years. And then there's some new laws related to enforcement procedures and policies. These are largely focused around cannabis as well. So including more strict civil and criminal penalties for illegal water use on illegal cannabis or water use on illegal cannabis. There's also a bill that is mainly focused around law enforcement, but there are provisions that will impact us on search warrants that essentially provide some flexibility that establish that state regulatory agencies may accompany an officer to execute a search warrant, even if they are not necessarily named on the search warrant, but that we would, or water masters or other agencies would be able to accompany law enforcement on the execution of a search warrant. So that'll be helpful for field staff when we are talking about things like illegal cannabis. And then House Bill 2929 is the injunctive relief bill that we mentioned last go around. And this bill ended up passing, and it provides the department the authority to seek an injunction when we find that a person is using water illegally. And then an injunction also would allow us to require remediation or any actions necessary to remediate the violation or threats to public water supplies, public health, or public safety resulting from that violation. This bill also has a sunset date of 2030. And we also have reporting requirements to go back to the legislature and provide an update on our use, including frequency, success of this tool in 2028. So we'll be tracking any use of that, and we'll be reporting that back to the legislature in a few years. The last policy implementation piece that I will mention is implementation of new water reporting provisions. So this new provision provides us with the authority to require any entity that is already measuring the use of diverted, stored, or otherwise appropriated water. If they are already required to measure, then we can also require them to report that measurement to the department. So that's a new authority that we received this session. Next slide, please. Grants and water projects. So this is what I mentioned in kind of my opening comments. There was a lot of dollars that we received for grants and water projects specifically. So as I previously mentioned, there's $2 million in the newly established place-based planning fund. And this is for things like pre-planning work, community capacity building, place-based planning, implementation, coordination. So really money that goes into the fund to get new groups and existing groups continuing down the path of planning. Additionally, water project grants and loans received an infusion of dollars, 60 million lottery revenue bonds in total, with basically two separate buckets per se within that program. The first is $10 million for typical regular water project grants and loans to do things like evaluate, plan, and develop instream and downstream water projects. The other bucket was $50 million for irrigation modernization projects, specifically that are leveraging federal funding opportunities. There is also some language within the bill that specifies that for projects that do involve surface water, that they must, if they involve surface water rights where water is conserved, priority should be given to projects that legally protect a portion of that conserved water in stream, in lines with our conserved water statutes. And additionally, as I mentioned, there are some direct appropriations floating out there. So we received about $16 million for 11 different direct appropriations. So as a reminder, that is for projects that have been specifically named to specific entities, not through the competitive grant process, but we are essentially the pass-through agency on those. Next slide, and this is just kind of additional legislation that doesn't fit in the other buckets. So I'll go through a few of these and just mention them. The first is Senate Bill 85, which I'm sure folks have been, there's been a lot of press around this bill in particular. This is the Confined Animal Feeding Operations Bill. There are new authorizations for ODA and DEQ to require nutrient application permits, and water quality permits on the CAFO side. But the piece that you all may be really interested about is the work that this bill does around the groundwater stock watering exemption. So there are two distinct provisions within this bill that I'll note. One is that the bill caps stock watering from groundwater at 12,000 gallons per day for new operations. And then it caps the stock watering exemption at 12,000 gallons per day for expanding operations that are located within critical groundwater areas. So those are two separate buckets, new operations and expanding operations within critical groundwater areas. That's who this cap will impact. It's also important to note that this provision also has a sunset date, just this provision. No other aspects of the bill have this sunset date, just the stock watering exemptions of September 15th, 2027. House Bill 2010 is the large omnibus bill that folks have collectively referred to as the drought package. So I have already mentioned several provisions that were already included within the drought package, but there is a lot of stuff in there that is not specifically WRD directives. So if there's a policy piece that you were looking to hear that maybe you didn't hear, it's likely that it was in House Bill 2010. our budget summary and our legislative summary does break out all the provisions within 2010 that this group is likely interested in. So you can find everything that was included in there in the budget summary. It was about a 50-page bill, so there's a lot of good stuff in there. Additionally, House Bill 3164 was the split season in-stream leasing bill that just a reminder that initially started as a department concept and then was transferred over to another legislator. But we were lucky enough to be able to support that bill. And that's our program for split season in-stream leasing that previously had a sunset. We've got to repeal that sunset, and we got to also repeal 10-year caps for folks to be enrolled in that program. So really kind of expanding the long-term viability and then ultimately repealing the actual sunset date to make that program permanent. So that's always exciting. I think I will, for the sake of time and allow for questions, I'll stop talking about policy implementation there and just move on to next steps and what you all can be on the lookout for in the next several months for us in terms of legislatives. So we've got 3 legislative days really slated between now and the February short session. So the first stint is occurring right now, hence why I am unfortunately not out in Burns with all of you lovely people, occurring from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. There will be some legislative days in November, the 6th through the 8th, and then we'll kick off the new year with legislative days from January 10th to the 12th in the 2024 new year, leading up to the February short session, which as a reminder, we had just had a long session. Now we're going to transition into a shorter 5-week session between February 5th and March 10th, 2024. I'll just put a little plug in that the short session starts on my 30th birthday. So it's a great way to kick off a new decade of my life. So that's what we've got on the docket. And then one, maybe a shocking thing that I didn't expect myself to say is that in the coming months, we are gearing up again to start preparing for the next biennial budget. So for the 2025 legislative prep, we are starting some internal conversations and we'll be formatting a way to kind of develop budget and legislative concepts and hope to engage with you all on that when we are ready to. But just kind of wanted to mentally prepare everybody for that, that we're starting it up again. So with that, Danielle, Lisa, if there's anything you'd like to add, please feel free. But other than that, I will open the floor for any questions that you all may have.
Of course, Bryn always does an amazing job, so we just sit here.
Thank you, Bryn. Any questions from commissioners? Or comments? Commissioner Reeves?
Thank you. I'm not sure who's on deck for this, but the updating of the stewardship and supply initiative that Bryn mentioned, that is underway now, already underway. Do we know that?
Chair Quems, Commissioner Reeves. So we are in the beginning processes of scoping out the appropriate team to work on that. We just had some new staff come aboard that we think are really good fits to help kind of lead the project management. So we are in the processes of scoping out how we begin to scope this project out, if that's helpful.
No, I get that. Okay. What's the plan for the new water reporting authority?
Commissioner Quems, or excuse me, Chair Quems, Commissioner Reeves. That's a great question. I see Raquel up. I don't know if she's coming around to help answer this question. But I think we are still in the process of kind of evaluating how all of these different pieces fit together with existing workloads. And she can add to that.
Chair Quems, Commissioner Reeves. So for the November commission meeting, we're actually planning on bringing a project implementation update to all of you. There was a lot, as you can see, from the legislative session. And so we will, and folks also needed to take a vacation, right? So including me. And so I think we'll be better prepared to bring you the full suite of what's going on all of these projects and what are our plans. However, I would offer to, if you all would like to know the details today, we do have our wonderful staff, Annette Liebe, who her team is very involved in the plans on that and could speak more to that if you would like.
On the
Water
For the stewardship.
wars update.
Oh, the wars update.
I think that's what you just asked about. Is
I
that?
was asking about the reporting, the new reporting authority for people
Oh.
who, sorry, I'm interested in the wars update too, though, so.
Chair Commissioner Reeves, apparently I was not listening closely. In terms of the water reporting authority, that one we have not taken any actions on at this moment. There's a number of policy issues that need to be addressed as a result of the 2023 session. We do have a very long rulemaking backlog. And so that is a piece of it. I think some folks have said that they don't think we need to do rulemaking. I think we need to do a deeper dive on that. And at the moment, you've seen our policy staff yesterday, and what they've been working on is groundwater allocation in Division 10. And there's a couple small issues that we've been able to try to fit in there. But the reality is that one of our big constraints right now is policy staff time. And we are looking at some of the positions that we did receive, and also looking at how to increase our capacity for some of the policy work, both through the use of our PCI section, so Kim's shop, and some of the positions there, as well as some of the new positions, because we're going to need to bolster that capacity. However, no matter what we do, one of the challenges that we do have ahead of us is, even if we increase our capacity, the stakeholders and the folks that want to be in the public, that wants to be involved in this, if we're doing 10 rulemakings at one point in time, that is not conducive to getting actual engagement with folks, right? So we have to be mindful of that. And so part of it is scoping out the needs, scoping out if there's things that are small fixes that are needed that we can combine with other rulemakings. So there's a bit of work there. And we do want to engage the commission in that discussion, but there's a lot of prep work that needs to occur so that it can be a meaningful conversation.
And I'm fine waiting till November when you're ready to talk about all of these projects or whatever, whichever ones you're ready to talk about. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Real quick question on a very small part of the budget, but it got my attention, that $100,000 for a statewide water conference at OSU. Do you know what the timing is on that? Anyone? Bueller?
Chair Quemps, I didn't actually quite catch whose question that was, so apologies, but I do not know the timing on that. We would have to connect with OSU to get an answer on that.
No other questions? Thank you. Thank you, Bryn.
Thank you.
That's an incredible amount of work.
Okay, next, Acting Director Doug Woodcock will present the director's report.
Good morning, Commission. For the record, Doug Woodcock, Acting Director, Water Resources Department. And today on the director's report, I bring to you something that is not a very dynamic topic today, but something that I promised you is that the department is interested in hearing your feedback on the director's report. And the director's report that I'm referring to here is the written document that you receive ahead of each meeting. And our interest today is finding out what you find valuable in the report and what's missing from the report. So typically we, include staff hires. That is recent of the last just few years because we have had such a number of new positions delivered to the agency, and just a tremendous amount of work that we go through in developing these position descriptions and going through the hiring process. It's been important that you understand the amount of effort that we are putting into this. So we provide a staffing update and we provide late breaking news. We generally have a piece there on the Klamath Basin and issues that are active down there. We'll provide a listing of board and commission dates coming up, rulemakings, things like that. We also provide a litigation update. And the reason for bringing this forward to you, as we have discussed, is that we put some time into this report. A number of staff are involved in developing this information. There's research that needs to be done. And I know for my part, I spend probably too much time on the litigation update to have that up and current for you. And so I'm interested in pursuing your ideas about how we might change that to be more efficient so that we're providing you information that is meaningful, but we're also doing that in a manner that is helpful to the staff and they're not spending time on things that you're not finding helpful. So Chair Quimps, if I could, because I'm not in the room, I would ask you if you could help me with this agenda item in this discussion and working through the various commissioners on this topic of the director's report. What do you find valuable? What would you like to see in the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Do you have any specific comments?
Well, I was joking with Doug about this. I asked if it could be longer, but I don't suppose that's the direction we're going. No, thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. And I do like to see, I really like to see the current rulemaking list. So I appreciate keeping that as a part of this. And I do like to see kind of an update on what's happening as far as our circuit court filings. But perhaps, we don't need to discuss it during the meeting unless we have questions about it. And that could save some time, maybe not save time on the background of doing the research, but save time during the meeting. And I do like seeing the staffing update. I think that that's important. And definitely updates on the Klamath area. So I don't have a whole lot of recommendations on how to change it. And so maybe some of the other commissioners might have some ideas if necessary.
Okay.
If I may, Commissioner Smitherman, your mentioning of the litigation update and being apprised of what's going on in circuit court and perhaps the other courts as well. One thing that we have talked about internally is perhaps we don't need to work on a narrative summary for each case, delivering the blow by blows, the dates of what was filed, when it was filed, why or what it was. And perhaps we could shift to more of a table-like format that would just provide a title, a case number, what the issue is, and the status of the case, something like that. Do something like I've done in this report this round is you may have noticed that I identified which of the cases were new since the last commission meeting.
That's helpful too.
Yes, yeah, because there's a lot of glazing of the eyes, I'm sure, as you read through some of this when you take the time to do so, because much of this is repeat. These cases take a long time to resolve. And so much of this stuff is brought forward, but it was provided the previous time as well. So we wanted to, again, do something that would be more efficient and helpful for the commission here. Thank you.
To that, I think that including a little more detail on what's new is a good idea, and just doing a summary like you just mentioned for the other cases would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lee, online, did you have any comments? Step away.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I do like your idea of truncating the legislative or not legislative, legal section. And I really like keeping the rulemaking update and also the staffing update. And I also like what you've done with adding a couple paragraphs on new issues. So basically, I really like what you've always done, but you could truncate the legal.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reeves.
Doug, with respect to the litigation update specifically, I mean, it just makes me want to bang my head against the wall. But beyond that, I find it useful. But I think there's probably a way, maybe you don't need as much detail. I'm not sure. I think, you know, if you want to try truncating it, I don't have objection to that, but I do find it useful to kind of know generally what's outstanding for the department. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. I will confess that the nature of the litigation update in the director's report is somewhat self-serving. I've never minded working on this and keeping this up to date because this is a running history of how these cases have developed over time when they transition from circuit court, go to Court of Appeals, when they go to the Supreme Court, what these various rulings are. So it's been helpful to us in that regard too. So I don't bring this to you lightly because in shifting to a more truncated version, we do lose some of that history, I will admit.
And especially since in terms of workload, the history, the longer version of all the cases that you've been reporting on for a while is already in place. Maybe there's some updating to do, but
yes,
leaving it there is helpful. Yeah, that's my. Okay. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. So Doug, my comments are, I generally like the report and appreciate it. There's probably sections where you could be shorter. I think of organizing things into two general categories, strategic and operational. And the operational might be things like, you know, the hires. And as a commission, we should probably be spending more time on the strategic issues if we're going to discuss a report in the meeting. And then the operational information would be there for our review. And then, of course, commissioners could call attention to those or ask questions, but that's the only change I would really suggest. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah, Doug, I like the information that's in the legal, but I can definitely see where it could probably be reformatted in such a way that'd be easier to plunk in dates and updates. What I need more on that is if there's a particular case that we need to be paying more attention to, or has different, you know, some significant impacts to the department, I'd like to have that highlighted, that information highlighted. Just so we know kind of what's coming down the pike. I like your discussions on, you know, some of the, you know, the 50,000 foot things that are going on, like in the Klamath or the chutes, or, you know, just some stuff that's coming, that you see coming down the pike that we need to be aware of. I like that in the director's report. Staffing update, that's always interesting at this point because it sounds like we're going to be continually having to hire more people, and just where we're at on that is going to be important to know. And those would be my changes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So the litigation update always sends me spiraling into a cone of depression.
Me too.
I only say that half in jest. I am not a fan of the long list. Personally, it doesn't help me think about the work of the commission. I really appreciate both Eric and Kathy's recommendation that if there are things that are very strategy oriented, impactful in the current litigation, that be drawn out and highlighted. But I would be fine with only having those cases pulled out that had near term or sort of planning horizon term commission relevance. And similarly to Chair Quemp's, the idea of really highlighting strategy and strategy related things in the report rather than operations is more important. And I would then suggest that if there was a way that you could even limit it further by giving us some perspective on strategy that's relevant specifically to the other agenda items on that particular meeting, and limit it to that and not worry about updating on everything. Hopefully that gets it to be less work for you as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball.
Yes, I've always been impressed with the amount of information that is packed in a relatively short document, and I know that that has to take quite a bit of time. As far as the legal cases, I would suggest simply listing them would be sufficient, and I do like the format that you use. I've never felt like in a meeting that relative to the report, I wasn't informed on what was going on. And so I would, trust your judgment on how you could curtail the time that it took you to do this. If when you were done, you asked yourself the question, does this inform the commission on what they need to know? And we're confident in the yes answer.
Thank you, Commissioner Wolf.
So Doug, I spoke earlier just on the litigation update, but I would add that I think the way that you're using and have historically used the director's report is appropriate. And I don't have any formatting suggestions to, up to you if you want to try to shorten things, but I feel like it's been a good use of, the director's time gets to put it together because it's helpful. It's helpful to us, I think, to me. It's a good mix of kind of updating, letting us know what's going on, late breaking things that, we're not taking up fully in this meeting, et cetera, et cetera.
Very good. That's helpful. We don't mind putting this together. Again, our interest in bringing this to the commission, as we have discussed one-on-one, is just that we want to make sure that the effort that we are putting in is finding value with the commission. And it sounds like it is. So we can do some tweaks. We'll play around with it, look for something a little bit different at our next meeting, and we can talk about if that's working or not. And as always, even beyond just the director's report, we are always open to commission feedback on the information that we are bringing to you, whether it's the director's report, whether it is the agenda items that we are in the room presenting to you. Please, where you see opportunities for us to improve and add value, let us know. We're always open to that.
Thank you, Doug. A couple of more comments. Maybe after the litigation section, you can add a sunshine section so Joe can spiral back up. More seriously, I appreciate the explicit request for constructive criticism. And I'm not sure how this will change. You're an acting director. Hopefully the next director will continue this and maybe have some suggestions for other improvements. But just curious what your thoughts are about that and how this translates to a new director.
Yes, thank you, Chair Quims. We are bringing this forward today with the understanding that we're always in a mode of continual improvement, recognizing that in the future there will be a new director running the agency. We don't know who or when at this time. Hopefully sometime early in 2024, a new director will be appointed. When that happens, those are fresh eyes. We'll often, and this is something that I've loved about bringing in all of this, new people through all of the positions we've received. These are all fresh eyes. And I encourage everyone that I meet when they come in to ask questions. Why do we do it this way? That is such an important question because we're an old agency and we do a lot of things by rote because we've done them this way forever. And that causes us to sit back and think about it, causes us to question, is there a better way to do this? And so I imagine a new director coming in and sitting in the very chair I'm sitting in today will ask that same question. And so we may see new changes in this very report we're talking about. We may see changes in how these commission meetings are operated, but we'll be bringing ideas and recommendations to you when that happens. These are the commissioners' meetings. We're here to provide you with information and get your input. So please don't be shy in helping us bring value to you.
Well, Doug, thank you again for soliciting input, and thank you again for your leadership and serving as acting director. I know we all appreciate that, and I'm sure staff do too. And we'll enjoy working with you through this transition. So next we'll have a commission delegation of authority to the director, agenda item I. And so the commission is aware. I understand we also have DOJ counsel on the call if there are any questions for counsel.
Oh, very good. Thank you, staff, for being able to pull up this presentation for me today. So again, Doug Woodcock, Acting Director, Water Resources Department. With me today is Youngwoo Joe. He's a senior trial attorney for Department of Justice. I've asked him to be here today in the event that the commission has any questions for Department of Justice around this question of the delegation. Oops, we lost our presentation. Okay, title slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment while I do some intros here. So the delegation of authority that we are requesting today, this is about litigation that the department is brought into litigation on a regular basis, and occasionally the commission is named in that litigation as well. And the department rarely initiates lawsuits themselves, but we are subject to outside parties exercising their due process when we issue orders, whether they're regulatory orders or certain type of water authorizations. And as we just came off of the previous topic where much of it was spent talking about all of the litigation update the department provides to the commission, you can see that there is a lot of active litigation going at any given time. And so these cases are run concurrently. And so with all of these cases being managed at one time, the director is often working with different DOJ counsel. I spend most of my time with DOJ trial with Youngwoo. He and I sometimes will talk several times during a week as we are navigating the course through various cases and the timelines that are upon us. And so at issue is when we have the commission named in these lawsuits as well as a defendant. So as Young Woo has made it clear to me, it's important that some of these decisions include commission input. And so as we've needed to do that, we work with the commission chair. So historically that has been former Chair Reeves, and now it will be Chair Quimps. But the kind of information that we're doing on a day-to-day basis in seeking input is not significant. And so rarely is it necessary to call the commission together to seek their input all at once or individually. We've been able to do this working through the chair. But you can see how this could be problematic where we have many, many cases operating all at once and timelines get to be very short. It could be problematic in pulling the necessary parties together to seek input. And so the next slide, please. And so we are here today seeking delegation from the commission for the authority for the director to be able to speak on behalf of the commission in cases where the commission is a named defendant in a lawsuit. The authority behind our ask is ORS 536-025-2, which allows for the commission to delegate authority to the Water Resources Director, the exercise or discharge in the commission's name of any power, duty, or function of whatever character vested in or imposed by the law upon the commission. So today we are here requesting a delegation to the director, again, so that the director may speak on behalf of the commission in matters of litigation. So with that, I just want to point out that the director will next slide, please. With that, I want to assure the commission that the director, myself, and future directors will continue to confer with the commission chair on litigation matters as necessary. And certainly as I work with and future directors work with DOJ, we will be looking for issues of significance to the commission on any of these lawsuits where it is necessary, where we bring the commission in, or certainly we seek that input from the chair, if not the whole commission. So alternatives today. Well, before I go to alternatives today, I would look to my colleague, Young Woo. Is there anything, Young Woo, that you would like to identify here that I didn't touch on that you think is important for the commission to consider? And next slide, please.
Sure. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, Young Woo Jo, Assistant Attorney General with the Oregon Department of Justice. I think Director Woodcock talked about most of the important aspects, and I would just highlight some of the more practical obstacles that occur when the commission is also named as a defendant or respondent in a case. And there's a lot of decisions that occur in litigation that don't necessarily need the whole commission to come together for a decision to be made, but by the nature of the commission being a named party in the case, we at DOJ have an obligation to try to get the commission's position. And so when it's something like whether we should file a motion to dismiss the commission or some other litigation decision that would maybe not directly impact the commission, but maybe like tangentially, there are a lot of things in that nature in which the director will be knowledgeable about the commission's position or when to reach out to the commission when there might be some nuance needed. And so the delegation would help streamline that process and make our litigation processes much more efficient and effective.
Okay, thank you, Youngwoo. So the alternatives today in our ask of the commission are: one, delegate the authority to the director as specified in attachment 1 to make decisions for the commission when the commission is named as a defendant in litigation; 2, adopt a modified delegation to the director; and 3, decline to delegate the authority as requested. Next slide, please. The acting director's recommendation is alternative 1, delegate the authority to the director as specified in attachment 1 to make decisions for the commission when the commission is named as a defendant in litigation. And with that, Chair Quimps, I turn it back to you. We are available for questions.
Thank you, Doug. Any questions from the commission?
I have maybe an impossible question, but can you give an example of when, what kind of a situation might make you come back to the full commission for input on a legal question?
Youngwoo, do you have a response to this impossible question?
I don't know how likely it is in at least the current litigation, but there are possible situations, for example, if there was consideration of a settlement and that settlement would require addressing some larger policy issues. And as this commission knows, the larger policy aspects are within the role of the commission rather than the department. And so that would be a potential situation, however unlikely right now, in which the commission would need to be involved. Does that answer your question?
Oh, that's good. That's a good reminder. I'm just trying to remember in the 4 years I've been on when something like this would have come back. So no, that's helpful. Thank you.
No other comments or questions? Can I get a motion, please?
I move. Do you want me to read it?
Yes,
I
please.
move that the acting director, we delegate the authority to the director as specified in attachment 1 to make decisions for the commission when the commission is named as a defendant in litigation.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Chair Quimps, and thank you, Youngwoo, for making time this morning for the commission, and appreciate the commission's consideration in this delegation.
I think we have staff that quickly put together a presentation for this, and we appreciate their efforts on yesterday, I believe.
Yes, thank Kim Ogren for helping me put this together this morning. There's a lot going on right now, and she is very helpful in rising to the occasion to give us something to talk to.
Okay, so we're at agenda item J, Commissioner comments. We have 30 minutes allocated for this. Oh no, I'm jumping ahead, aren't I? No. So Commissioner comments, Commissioner Lee, would you like to go first?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Oops, let me turn on my video. First of all, I apologize for not being in Burns. My husband got COVID and I didn't want to come over and pass that on to anyone. Yesterday, the commissioners were not asked to respond to the groundwater allocation proposed rules. So I wanted to take this opportunity to provide my comments now, if that's appropriate. I think that the requirement to define reasonably stable water levels as a 25-foot decline or the alternative 8% of the aquifer thickness, whichever is less statewide, is really inequitable. And that's because aquifers around the state vary from one area to another, as do the stressors that cause the water level changes. So for example, a 25-foot drop in the Deschutes aquifer with a thickness of about 1,000 feet in Redmond, according to the testimony, compared to a 25-foot drop in a 300-foot aquifer elsewhere, has really severely different consequences. So each aquifer somehow needs to be considered more individually. The stressors causing the decline, the rate of decline, maybe using a longer view, and also the thickness of the aquifer. And where information is not available, it may make sense to use a particular proxy such as Justin described. But in the case of basins like the Deschutes, where the hydrogeology has been really extensively studied and well documented, that's more of an individual situation. So the opportunity to change the reasonably stable water level definition through a basin program is also somewhat of an unacceptable alternative, as we all know the years that process takes and the unlikelihood of that really being a resolution. At a minimum, we should consider the suggestions made for the Deschutes Basin, actually establishing a bridge for the basin's fast-growing cities until we can come to some decision on the groundwater levels and refinements. New permits in the Deschutes have to go through the mitigation program anyway, which has a cap. That cap is almost filled and it will sunset in 2029. And finally, I'd like to say, given the importance of these rules and the testimony we heard, I think it's really imperative that the commission have another chance to review the rules in detail and deliberate before they're sent out for public comment. And I'm saying that because our next meeting is only 6 weeks away. If we were talking about the next quarter, that would be different, but we're kind of right around the corner from the next meeting. So I would really appreciate if we had that opportunity. The other thing I might add from a regional perspective from the Northwest is that I'm planning to attend the Oregon Water Law Conference in Portland the end of next month. And there will be a discussion there on groundwater led by Justin Iverson of our department. And then Jeff Huntington is going to talk about the policy situation for water in 2023. So that will be interesting to see. And the last item I'll mention is that I attended the LCDC commission meeting in July to hear the discussion about the IWRS. And Crystal did a good job of bringing their commission up to date. They'll have a larger role in the governor's water core team than they've had before. And they're looking forward to working with the department. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Smith.
All right. I would like to, I guess I agree with some of the comments that Commissioner Lee Weinberg made regarding some of the unique situations in Oregon that we didn't really have a chance to discuss it in great detail. And given the magnitude of this decision, it does seem to me that I know we've extended this to this point already, but giving a little bit more time for us to really review and understand these rules before voting on them. I know we've been given several opportunities, but we've just been given a lot of public comments also. And so we've been able to see and hear how this is going to impact several of our stakeholders. I am concerned about the Deschutes area. They did provide some alternatives in their testimony. I'm curious if those alternatives could be reviewed or incorporated into the rules. And then just not sure how engaged municipalities were in this process. And I know that staff has put in so much work, and this is not, to say that it hasn't been adequate, but I think that given some of the testimony yesterday, we may need to consider some of those alternatives. And I'll just stop right there on that, and hopefully we can maybe continue that conversation. But I do want to say thank you to everyone who helped put together the tours yesterday. It was really good to be able to see on the ground what has been talked about here in Harney County and the challenges that are being faced by this community. The city, the water for the city, the water for the ranchers and the farmers, the water for the environment. I mean, it's a really big challenge. And so being able to be out there and talk with some of these folks who are making changes, who are being affected by the groundwater situation here was impactful. And we actually did get to go out and see some really efficient systems, that have been upgraded, and some pivot systems that have increased the efficiency, and not only increased efficiency, meaning cut back on water use, but it's also been producing better crops. And so there are ways of conserving the water in irrigation and in this area. And I think that those steps are being taken. There's a lot of restoration work going on in this area as well. We stopped and saw the Agricultural Research Center, and that was eye-opening, and also had a presentation from the Malheur, blanking on the name. Refuge, thank you, the Refuge, which was fascinating. I had no idea the history there. So it really opened my eyes to the situation that's occurring in the area. Back home, this year, our irrigation districts in particular, they made it through just about the full season this year, which has been much better than previous years. And now they are going into this next water year better than we've seen in the past 3-4 years. Still not great, but it is an improvement. And so we will take those wins when we can. But there has been a lot of collaboration, a lot of partnerships going on in the Rogue Valley in Southern Oregon. And I just want to encourage anyone who's listening and to participate in public meetings. We've been hearing that there haven't been very many people at some of these meetings. And, I know that a lot of things have changed since COVID. And we've heard this just in other meetings, that I'm a part of, is there's just lack of participation. So I think we need to find a way to get that participation back and hear from those groups and hear from the people that all of our decisions are going to impact. So that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to first thank everybody who was involved in putting the tour together yesterday, because it was really wonderful for all the reasons that Julie was just talking about. I think that what's been happening in this basin in terms of community effort and collaboration is just really impressive. And I just want to commend everybody who's here, who's working on that, and say thank you for that work. So with respect to the groundwater allocation rules, I do think that the commission could use more time to delve into the rules before it's asked to adopt them, let me put it that way, then more time than one more meeting in November and then the adoption meeting. I don't know if we're talking about a special meeting for this purpose, but I would like to have more time. I don't know whether there's a reason to, I don't know whether we need to extend the, to put off opening the comment period until after we've had time to do that. I think that will cause a significant, well, if we did it after November, maybe not, but I'm not sure it's necessary because we've gotten a lot of comments already. And I think we know mostly what people think the issues are. So in the interest of keeping things moving, I'd like to go ahead with the schedule and maybe insert more meeting time for the commission to kind of work through its own thoughts about these rules. So, and I think that I also want to thank the groundwater staff and everybody who's been working on these rules, including the RAC, for all the time and effort that has gone into those rules so far. Oh, one last thanks. Thank you for including the IWRS sections in the staff report. I appreciate that. So anyway, with respect to OWEB, in July, OWEB adopted new, for shorthand calling them climate rules. You know, the OWEB's been working on a climate resolution, which it adopted, and now they have put in place rules that in a very general way ask applicants to describe how, I'll tell you exactly what they ask the applicants to describe how engagement with local communities disproportionately impacted by climate change has informed or will inform the project, how changing climate conditions are incorporated into the project, and how consideration of greenhouse gas emissions or long-term carbon sequestration or storage has informed the project. So these rules are very brief. It's kind of a dipping the toe into the climate arena, but they just got adopted in June, and so they will apply, I think, in all of the grant programs. Let me say yes. Anyway, also so OWEB, we've talked about this before, but OWEB has a water acquisition program, and they also got an infusion of $10 million sometime recently. I think it was in a December session for water acquisition throughout the state for conservation purposes. For shorthand, I'll call it that. And we had a proposed water acquisition come up that I thought was really interesting because it presented a lot of the kinds of issues that we are likely to see if more robust water markets emerge, because this is very shorthand, and don't hold me to this, specifics exactly, but it was a transfer from the top of the Klamath Basin down to the wildlife refuge, a transfer of a water right. And there was going to be the water, so that water theory was going to travel through some flowing water into the lake and out the other end to the wildlife refuge. The department had already approved a temporary transfer, allowed it to happen. And the question was, OWEB compensating the landowner for the value of that transfer and the in-stream value, the conservation values of the transfer. And it produced a lot of conversation about how much of the right was wet water and how much would actually get there. And we ended up coming down to the thinking that what we were really talking about was, is there an in-stream benefit from this, and how much is it worth? What's the value of it? And that is not an easy thing to determine particularly in that particular fact situation. So that with those conditions we approved that, the board approved the acquisition subject to valuation and whether it's kind of going to come near what the amount was in the proposal. I don't know, but anyway, it was really interesting, and it got me thinking today about, or not every time we meet, about what a water market might look like going forward. And then the last thing was that the extreme weather events presentation today, which was really helpful, I thought. It occurred to me that OWEB should probably have that presentation, because you know, natural infrastructure is going to have a role to play, as you mentioned, Eric, in getting ready for these events, being ready for them. And so the climate connection is there. And so I'm in the climate committee, the water and climate committee at OM, and I'm going to bring it up and suggest that we do that next time or soon, because we should maybe think about incorporating that explicitly. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. Commissioner Wolf?
Yes, in regards to commissioners seem to be commenting on Division 10, and I think we have two responsibilities: to get it right, and the fact that doing something is long overdue. I personally would be in favor of a virtual meeting if we can accelerate the timeline, because to me it comes down to the metric that is being used being a good fit for all the basins. And so if we can answer that question, then that will describe the correct path to move forward. So my personal opinion is I would be in favor of how many meetings it takes to maintain an accelerated timeline, but also make sure that we get it right. So that being said, I do appreciate the opportunity to come to a different climate region of the area that I represent and start to more deeply understand some of the challenges that are here in the Harney Basin, and it's been very informative, and I appreciate the people that have come up and spoke with me. And it reminds me that there's several different demographics as far as the struggles with water within the East region. And that at home, it has been a very peculiar year this year. The typically driest time of the year has been probably our wettest season so far this year. And that I'm encouraged by the discussions and the work that the department's doing in moving forward, and looking forward to seeing more of that. Thank you.
Chair Quimps.
Yes, Doug.
Thank you. If I may, I believe Commissioner Wolf referenced Division 10. And just for clarity, I want to make sure I understand for the record here. Commissioner Wolf, were your comments relative to the groundwater allocation and getting that right?
I misspoke.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
I don't know how many times I've misspoken today. It's been a lot, sure. There was a point yesterday when Ken Beerley described riding in the jet boat down on the refuge, and to see to feel the joy conveyed for someone who, for my understanding and my memory, I've been in Oregon working with Ken on different things for 19 years, has been working here consistently for that long. And to see the response in a natural system when a collective of people changes in management, and then one of those beneficial water systems that was described this morning, that gives me a lot of hope. And we are learning with natural solutions that surface water responds, and surface water driven systems respond in our time, in timelines that we can experience and watch. And that's very encouraging. And I just think that from the West side, hearing over the years about the work that has been done in the Harney Basin through thick and thin of both weather and political climate, and the challenges and the resilience of this community in the face of that is just stunning. And so I want to thank I wish everyone that was here yesterday could be here today, because it really is an inspiring place for all of Oregon. And I hope I want to do whatever we can to get that to continue. At the same time, being here yesterday and getting out into the field even briefly was a great reminder of how vested people are in their different lifestyles here. And you can make that anywhere. The kind of financial investments that agricultural producers have made here over the last 50 years given changes in how the refuge was managed, changes in water regimes, new technology. People have significant financial assets to protect. And we heard those voices yesterday, both from Harney County, from the city of Redmond, from Cocoa. That's the kind of feedback that we're getting on these issues. And it makes perfect sense that given all of the investments and the vested financial, personal, cultural, historic capital that people have, that this discussion lends itself to sort of defensive positions. And we have to work through that, because it's clear that the policy that we help drive is bell curve. It's, you've got to do the best you can for the most, but there will always be people who come out much better off and some people who experience harm. And we've talked at many commission meetings about how the work of the department and the work of all of the state agencies really needing to focus on addressing those harms first. And I think that the strategy discussion today will lead to some of that. The elation over, the temporal shift at Malheur is tempered by the better and better understanding we have of groundwater. Groundwater responds very slowly, not on our sort of human timescales. We can't see things until oftentimes it's too late, which we've heard both about the Harney, and we're finding it in many other basins as well. So I have to politely disagree that the statewide approach is inappropriate and it should be basin by basin or site by site, because I think the issue that we're dealing with is that connection between groundwater and surface water, and the percentage of aquifer in the groundwater, the height of the groundwater is a physical characteristic that ties to springs and other surface water connections. And if we try to tinker too much on a specific area basis, we're going to lose that, and we already are, particularly in desert-driven environments. So once again, broken record, I come back to our land use system, and that our land use system has, although it was designed, I think 50 plus years ago, to sort of hold things at bay, to sort of pull the reins on some development, we are somehow turning it into something that is designed to, we must facilitate this development. And I just do not agree with that as an approach. So I do think we have some very difficult decisions to make around how we grow, how our communities grow. And I think this is one of the areas where it's critical, given the public resource of water, that we make difficult decisions and we adapt over the time frame it's going to. So I applaud the staff and the RAC on all of the work that it has been doing on the groundwater allocation, and I encourage that continued work. And I too welcome as many meetings prior to a decision as we would take. I do not recommend slowing down the process in terms of the decision itself, because I think that urgency drives good discussion and good work. But I'm all in on the commission coming back together prior to making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kahara.
I too want to thank the people of Harney County and especially for being so hospitable in hosting us for this meeting, giving us a wonderful tour, showing us corners of the valley, the basin that I had not seen before and had not seen in these particular situations and through other people's eyes. I really did appreciate that. And on the groundwater allocation, I'm kind of with you, Joe, on it's something that you can look around the world and see that excessive groundwater pumping has done incredible harm to all kinds of folks. And we have the opportunity to kind of say, hey, wait a minute, you can't have unlimited growth in a finite planet. It doesn't work. And we need to think about that and step back and go, how do we do this so that there is water for people and the natural environment to continue on and to be resilient? I don't know how to do that. The fact that we've kind of poked the sleeping bear and are getting feedback on how to, what does this look like, I think is a good thing. Because it's making us think. And it's hard. I'm shaking inside as I speak. Because, yes, I live here. I'm one of these people that in the Deschutes Basin that, yes, I rely on that groundwater. But I also know that I can't close the door behind me just because I moved there 20 years ago. So it's a big change and we need to step up to the plate and do it. On other things that I see happening around, I'm glad that we've had kind of a cool and somewhat more damp sections in this summer. It was nice to actually have some clear air every now and then in Bend to breathe rather than, you know, the hazardous air that we have had. Most of the irrigation districts in the Central Oregon seem to have made it through the season and actually might have a little bit of carryover so that next year could potentially be better. Fingers crossed, things always change. And I like the direction that the department is going and trying to figure out how to make this more of a science-based, equitable distribution of water for everyone, including the environment, because without that, we don't exist either. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to express my appreciation for the tour yesterday again. It's great to see that the country, when I drove down here the night before, I was kind of lamenting getting a late start, but then I realized I was going to enjoy a great sunset and an incredible moonrise coming into the valley. And it was really stunning. It's a beautiful place. And there is an important ground and surface water connection here that we all would depend on. And we heard that from every range, from the irrigator to the individual using a residential well that's concerned about groundwater decreases. At the 5 Mile Dam stop, I was shocked to hear that nobody owns the dam. That was a very interesting feature of the tour. Regarding the groundwater allocation, I took notes on comments, and I think it was mostly pretty balanced, pro and con. There were comments about due process being insufficient, countered by that this is overdue. That certainty is needed. I think we want to provide predictability. I don't know if any of us can provide absolute certainty, but we certainly want to provide predictability for people to plan. We had comments about insufficient engagement. When we asked for this change in 2021, we first, I think, imagined the 6-month timeline, which was completely ambitious commissioners who weren't doing the work, I think. But and it's been 2 years, and I think there's been a great deal of public engagement on the topic. And when I look at the means to defining reasonably stable, I think we have to think about future Oregonians and the environment, and that if we have a standard that is cautious, and in the future, whether through management techniques or conservation, there's aquifer recovery, or new information is developed about aquifers, I think it's easier to relax a standard at that point than it is to try to put the brakes on if we've gone past a point where we can recover those aquifers. And I think we need to maybe consider messaging around that a little more. It seems pretty clear to me the commission would like to put more time into this topic and try to maintain the current schedule. We have to be cognizant that if we were to change the schedule, we're also impacting a lot of other work. I mean, that's okay. This is a very important decision, but we need to be mindful of that as a commission, and the staff would need to make adjustments accordingly. So it sounds to me like we'll be doing some more intensive work on this as a commission. I want to thank the staff for all the great reports the past couple of days. Very, very high quality products as usual, and really appreciate that. That's all I have, but we have some public comment requests. Oh, we have to approve minutes.
Chair Quimps.
Director Woodcock.
Thank you. I just want to point out that we have a request from Commissioner Chang of Deschutes County. He was very patient yesterday and stayed on to provide public comment and had to leave before he had an opportunity. And he has just joined us right now. And I believe he has a request to make some public comment while he has a very narrow window between his next meeting. And I am just chiming in here, requesting if we could accommodate the commissioner today.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. Commissioner Chang.
Good morning. Thank you so much for fitting me in here, but right before your standard public comment period. Members of the Oregon Water Resources Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Phil Chang. I am a Deschutes County Commissioner, and I am also a lifelong natural resource professional who has worked for over 2 decades in watershed restoration and watershed protection. In Deschutes County, we need to grow to accommodate projected population increases, and we need to grow well to preserve the land, water, and fish and wildlife habitat that define our community. I very much appreciate the intent of these groundwater allocation rules to slow or reverse the decline of groundwater levels across Oregon. But I have concerns about the rules as drafted and hope that you are able to consider the unique hydrogeology and current conditions in the Upper Deschutes Basin as you further refine these rules. Groundwater levels have declined significantly in Deschutes County in recent years. While this has been driven primarily by reduced precipitation, existing uses need to be considered. Almost all of the groundwater use in the Upper Deschutes Basin is for domestic or municipal use, not agriculture as you might see in other places. And we currently have several community water systems and an estimated 17,000 exempt wells. About 50% of the well logs we were hearing about recorded in 2016. Encouraging and incentivizing conservation and efficiency among all existing groundwater users should be a first priority. And when I say all existing groundwater users, I mean all of those community water systems and all of the exempt wells that we currently have existing in the basin. When we start thinking about new groundwater permits, incorporated cities need to be prioritized above all other new uses. Our cities are the places where the state land use planning system directs most new growth to go. And urban households are significantly more water efficient than either exempt well households or rural subdivision homes. Lastly, I appreciate that the unique Deschutes Basin may be an appropriate place for a local planning process, but technical and financial assistance from the state will probably be necessary in order for our community to undertake such a process. I provided much more in-depth testimony in my written comments for your meeting today, and I hope that you'll have some time to look those through. If you would like to discuss anything further with me today, please or in the future, please let me know. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thanks again for fitting me in.
So I'll move to agenda item K, approval of minutes. We need to approve the minutes from the June 15th, 2023 hybrid meeting in Salem. And I understand there's a correction requested by Commissioner Lee. June 15th and 16th, excuse me.
Oh, it was just very minor. I just wanted to bring attention to the staff that my last name is Weinberg and not hyphenated. So I'm not worried about the correction. It was just to kind of update.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
I move we approve the minutes of the commission's meeting, commission meeting on June 15th, 2023 and June 16th, 2023.
Thank you. Second.
I second the motion.
Second by Commissioner Kahara. Commissioner Lee, your vote, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Reeves.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll go to the public comment. We have several commenters. Looks like 4 of which are virtual. So I'll go with John Short, please.
Are we working here or is?
Yeah.
First, I'd like to say thank you a ton to commissioners and Director Woodcock for your efforts year-long as commissioners and for your efforts coming out here to see things. I am, as IWRS said, one of the groups that it wanted to hear from or was the frontline community. I'm here to share that. You're looking at the frontline community. I'm a water right guy. Do about 20 to 25% of the, and I have staff, 20 to 25% of all the applications, transfers, beneficial use claims, 20 to 25% of what comes into water resources, at least according to their certified water examiner training meetings. As far as this, my main purpose here, and as far as like as an example, yesterday's tour, we drove by dozens of our clients in this basin. I think the rulemaking, the new groundwater allocation, that needs to happen. My goal here is simply to make sure that the dots are connected between that and why the Deschutes Basin should be either exempted or handled specifically. I'll chuckle, no offense, when Kimberly and I are not usually on the same side of the table, but neither of us had gray hair when we started 20 years ago and got the mitigation program going in the Deschutes Basin. And that, in my opinion, is what makes the Deschutes Basin the unique basin. Its geology is unique too, but it's the only basin I know of in the state of Oregon that has a mitigation program. And what that means is permitted water use, surface and groundwater, is actually declining. Some permits always get canceled or withdrawn, whatever. So there's no new uses. And what we have done is mitigation that has been bucket for bucket. If a city, we've provided a number of cities the mitigation, that means water was protected in stream, bucket for bucket, for what the new user is pumping from a well. There's been 52 in-stream transfers in the basin, and we've done the majority of those through my company. And those were to create credits that we've sold to dozens. I think 78 was the last sales have done in a free market, water market, to everybody from cities to hobby farmers. And when we talk about groundwater use having eventual impact on stream flows, this mitigation program, as soon as that transfer in stream happens, we've increased water flows. We've got, Justin Iverson has done an excellent job of understanding, explaining this. There's water rights that could de-water the entire Deschutes River. As a gentleman's agreement, they've allowed 30 CFS to go through. Through these 52 in-stream transfers, the last I looked, there was like 95 CFS going through. We've tripled what was in there. It's a long ways to go, but those in-stream transfers, they're not just 1995 priority date ODF and W transfers. These are oftentimes like priority dates of 1892, 1896, predating the irrigation districts. So it's water that's actually immediately in the stream for the fish and the birds, and going past the big dams and diversions that still take 95% of the Deschutes River. And the unique part is, in the Deschutes, I feel like in the Deschutes Basin, we've spent 20 years making it better. We've got, these aquifers are, the aquifer is 500 to 800 feet down. It's not like, we're taking it from surface plants here. I mean, out here, you can hit water in 12 feet. But what I'm saying is, here's a place, there's already a program in place, and the dots that get connected is when when a rule like this says, okay, if the groundwater drops 25 feet or 50 feet from the highest level, that no more groundwater applications can be issued. That means that's the highest level from 100 years of artificial recharge from leaky canals, because we've got broken basalt out there. So over half the water going down those canals is recharged aquifer. That means that highest point is not from 1900, before any of that diversion started. So all I'm saying is that that's basically killing the mitigation program, when those of us involved certainly saw it as a success. And as far as I'm here saying, none of that was grants or environmental groups. As far as what came through us, this was private water market. It was an incentive to protect the water in stream. To close up here, in my opinion, I've been to several of the racks on this, Commissioner Smithman had mentioned municipalities being represented. From what I could see, they were represented. What you heard from Bend and Redmond and Cocoa, that was said before. in my opinion, they were ignored in the rules. Their comments. The thing I'm about done is what it seems like it's happened in the Deschutes Basin is with this mitigation program, we've been able to continue to grow and have healthier streams. You guys ever drive through Sisters? I've lived there almost, I lived in Bend almost 40 years. It used to be the summer White Shoes Creek it was just dry. And now year long, it's got water in it. Deschutes River is healthier, Crooked River is healthier. So I hope that helps. In my opinion, it's the mitigation program that gets gutted if it's included in the new groundwater allocation direction. That's it. Thanks. I'm glad to answer questions.
Thank you. And next in person, we have Barbara Kennedy.
Yes, my name is Barbara Kennedy, and I'm a fourth generation Harney County brat, which means I am a newbie compared to many of the families that live here. I want to thank you too for being here, because it's good to put faces with names and know who's representing us. And I really appreciate all of your comments that you've made today, because it helps me understand where you're coming from. I also want to say that I appreciate the fact that some of you have recognized my name from my prior comments. I will say that my last comments, I didn't expect to be received well, because I'm usually a very blunt person. I'm not politically correct. I don't intend to be, because I want to state the truth, not just play games. I don't like the games. Okay, even though I have a political background in terms of I am a former district manager from SWCD here. And I worked in state planning in another state, and worked with 9 of the 8 reservations in South Dakota. So I am familiar somewhat with government. I also ran a construction company. I was affiliated with that for 18 years. So I worked within the Black Hills Home Builders Association on that. But my home was Harney County, and always has been. I was always coming home whenever I left here. Harney County has shrunk to less than 7,500 men, women, and children that are permanent residents since the Spotted Owl and the greedy union bosses closed down our once thriving timber industry. I've really seen a change through this whole evolution of Harney County since the 50s, personally. Well, I remember Harney County as an economic hub in Oregon. We were thriving with the 2 industries of timber and agriculture. We were also a vacation hub for state workers that would come here to party, if you believe that. And Main Street was just a thriving, well, we had a very well-known whorehouse too, but but anyway, we were a very active community. And I remember that before we had some major fires too, that helped take down part of our town. But anyway, after the timber industry was gone, we had the agencies increase, which helped us a lot economically. And I will say that our agency employees are really good members of the community, but for most of them, and some of them stay and do retire here, but most of them are going through a revolving door. And there's a hollowing out of our community because of that, because we have lost, well, church membership and involvement in most of our community events because people, the temporary aspect of that employment. Okay, so now our multi-generational family farms are being attacked by an unattached investor class. As family units, Harney County has evolved from dryland farming, and which is what I remember, and hand lines to then wheel lines, and families worked their own lands. It was usually direct involvement there, and the water tables were stable. Life was a blissful modern version of Little House on the Prairie until the arrival of pivots, power, and money. This peaked around 2010. Pivots, as you know, mine the water 24/7, 4 months out of the year. Their convenience and unsupervised movements frees its owners to expand and hire operators rather than self-management. Like all things too good to be true, it isn't. Harney County saw an influx of new families from the Midwest and surrounding states after World War II, beginning in the 50s. Those people settled here with the intent of staying here. A lot of them came from South Dakota. A lot of them came from the other areas in the Midwest, and they're all a part of our community still today. Today's operators that have moved here since the latest boom have no such commitment. As one manager, I'll use the Weaver Springs Catholic as an example. I can quote him in a meeting of saying it's just business. He has no intention of staying here. So that movement or that attitude is, and I shouldn't, I don't know his name. I don't remember it. But it's just a movement within our community of temporary employment, and it hollows out our community. Okay, so at one of the water resources meetings, presenter admitted that they recognized the over allocation of permits in 2010, but there was no attempt to put a pause on those applications. So when water resources were cut down in Christmas Valley, many of the farmers came here. As the other areas were drying up, those operators saw cheaper land and open water application process in Harney County, so they came here. The difference with them and the people that came here in the 50s are they are investors. And in another time known as carpetbaggers, I found that many people in, the younger areas of Water Resources Department have never heard of the term carpetbaggers, but and relate to that era in our history. But these investors brought with them money and an attitude that the senior water right holders, they were entitled to those holders' place in line. The process that you have today is seen as abandoning priority dates and empowering junior water right holders at the expense of senior water right holders. Yesterday, Ken Beerley, who I've known for years, stated that the critical groundwater area decisions would be made by a small group because the small number of permit holders own the majority of the water rights in Harney County. That's true today because of the influx of money and power that moved to this county within, oh gosh, I have to say, the 90s, on, but specifically around the area of 2010. So that is true. They own most of the water rights, but how many of them are after 1990, 2000, or even 2010? Okay, so recently a business owner who's a senior water right holder, and her husband's family has been here before mine quite a bit. And, she asked me, where did Water Resources Department get the idea that we would be happy to share? We don't want to share. Now, some of the older family members have added newer water rights to their collection, and they will be there to fight. A couple of them, I would say a small number of them are on your rack, but most senior water right holders do not want to share. They expect Water Resources Department to protect them with the 5-year rule that everybody knows and is still operating on, whether it's performed or not. Okay, most people here just want to be left alone. When the investor class has created rules to price them out, though, which I think I can foresee happening through regulation and any kind of costs that come down the line, because the senior water right holders that have been here for a long time have invested their resources in their places and their families, their kids. Okay, I recently, since 2006, went through 14 years of lawsuits on a totally, it was a private property issue of a neighbor that wanted my place, but so it was malicious, but I can tell you that I am probably one of the few that could spend 14 years and over $200,000 in legal fees on principle. But that's just me. But you're not going to find families around here that can do that. And against corporations, they can't do that. Okay. So they're not going to be able to afford contested legal cases and how to defend themselves and stay in this community. Okay. So when the water is gone, they'll be left because they're the ones that are committed to this. I used to tell people, you know, I ate too many mud pies when I was a kid. I'm a part of this land. This land's a part of me, and I will be here. I came back to die. And that's, you know, just the way I think most of my neighbors feel. Okay, so it is important to recognize where Water Resources Department's role was in creating why we are here. There were some mistakes made, okay? And only Water Resources Department can fix them. When someone tells you that they are just positive that the people of Harney County are willing to share, you're talking to somebody that has junior water rights. Okay, so support of the junior water rights and not recognizing the people that feel like their rights should be protected under the law only increases the chance and speeds the chance of the hollowing out of our communities. So that's what I'm here to represent today. I kind of look at it in terms of Halloween. A lot of free candy was given out. And so what happens when you find out that too much candy has been given out and you need to follow the last ones that you gave too much to and recoup some of it so you can continue to give it someplace else? It's difficult decisions that will have to be made, but it still has to be done. There has to be a rollback somewhere. And I will tell you that we've had good water masters here. I think that for the most part, you know, our water masters have really been supported over the years. We had one excellent water master that unfortunately left us from Montana, but he made a comment before when I was visiting with him that if metered correctly, most of our irrigators around here would not be able to get 3 crops. Now we are going for 4. It's going to be interesting to me. I'm glad to see it, but economically, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting to explain how you're saving water by doing more crops. I don't know. I'm sure it will come up in different meetings. So at some point, we're going to have to do a rollback, starting with last ones in, first ones out. And that's going to be a hard decision, but honestly, like I said, when I made my comments at the last time, I expected pushback. Instead, when I walked into Big R, I got a hug. And I didn't get any negative comments. All I got was, but that's the way we feel. And you hit the nail on the head with those. So I'm kind of here today to not just represent myself, because I'm about out of here. You know, I recognize that. But, and I'm the last of my line, but I want my place to go to a family. I want my place to continue. I think at some point the hard decisions will have to be made, and families need to be supported. Otherwise, there is no community here. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. No questions. Thank you very much. Kimberly Priestley.
For the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. I will keep this very short. I just want to, so yesterday you heard Lisa Brown testify for Water Watch of Oregon on our support of the groundwater allocation policy and the path that is being the path that we see going forward. Lisa did serve on the RAC, so she's our experts on, you know, the dits of the rules. But I did, you know, both yesterday and today, the commission has heard comments about the Deschutes groundwater mitigation program. So I just wanted to add just a tiny bit of clarity there. And so as John noted, I was on the work group that helped develop that program in the early 90s. And the point I wanted to make for the commission is that that program, it was triggered by the State Scenic Waterway Act. And so the State Scenic Waterway Act requires the state to deny new groundwater rights if they will measurably reduce, either individually or cumulatively, surface water flows. The state that trigger was triggered in the Deschutes. And so groundwater pumping was found to measurably reduce scenic waterway flows. And so the state developed a program to mitigate for that John and others have talked about. That said, that program does not look at groundwater. So in other words, there's a surface water component, but not a groundwater component. So to the extent that you know, we need to protect reasonably stable groundwater levels in the Deschutes Basin, that program does not protect that. So I wanted to make that point of clarity just because it seems to be coming up in a lot of comments. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go online now. I believe we have 3 commenters. Chris Hall, Lori O'Connor, and April Snell. Chris, did you want to comment, or have you already made all your comments today?
No, I would like to comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Quemps and the Water Resource Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony before you today. For the record, I'm Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. Before I start, I'd like to say that I support the sentiments of the previous speaker from Harney County who shared her concerns about the investor class that sacked her community. Having experienced a situation with organized crime syndicates in the southwestern portion of Oregon, surely a very different circumstance. I think we probably see the same views in many ways. Now, as I mentioned earlier this morning, it is clear to us that the public interest in water is increasing, commensurate with increasing water scarcity and demand. We have heard that there must be a more deliberate shift in the water governance and management policies to prioritize the long-term well-being of future generations over short-term economic gains. Some, however, still adhere to the conventional wisdom that water equals money, and that we should mine water sources for every penny they are worth. This is anathema to the future. Despite this minority view, we believe the state is coming around to aligning water policies to be more representative of the public's interest in the future. Market forces are a subset of public values. To a degree, they are independent of public values, as all subdivisions are. All public values and the subset of market forces are not necessarily mutually exclusive of each other, nor are they necessarily in alignment. The state can choose what values to emphasize. Historically, the economic market forces have been prioritized over other public values. The choice has had mixed results, which includes serious negative impacts to the environmental health of the ecosystem and, by extension, the public health, safety, and welfare. Because public values have evolved, the evolution of water governance has, by degrees, shifted from a sole focus on self-interest of the water user in the 19th century to recognizing the greater public interest in water use in the 20th century to now a focus on future generations' interests in the 21st century. The change has not been complete and too much lingers from the past. We believe that water governance and management must catch up to the public values that inform the public interest. We are beginning to see this in Oregon's 100-year vision and in the current update to the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. Water policies should align more closely with public values and hydrologic realities first and foremost, because market forces push for over-extraction that leads to environmental damage and water scarcity that harms our future. Commercial water right holders should not be entitled to unlimited water use without regard for others' welfare. Market forces show little interest in the future. The economic focus has still been too interested in the aggrandizement of water users in the present without regard for those in the future. With regard to water sources, water use, and water quality, we contend the market forces are disinterested in the non-economic public interest values, of which there are many that are worth a great deal to the future public. We believe the highest and best use of water is to secure our future, the beneficial use of water for posterity, literally. We view our responsibility for future generations as important to society in the present moment. Too often, posterity is given lip service. Serious water governance and management, as concerns the future, has been a distant second to short-term economic returns. Water is too precious to be reduced to economic value as the statutes, conventional wisdom, and historic water use lobbying have insisted. Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide testimony today. And I want to say thank you to the Water Resource Commissioners and the staff at the Oregon Water Resources Department, who I think are doing an enormous amount of good work for the people of Oregon. Thank you dearly.
Thank you very much for those comments. We have Karen Lewaski. Is she in person or is that virtual?
She's virtual. She's right here. Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Karen Lewatsky, and I'm the Water Program Director and Rural Partnership Lead for the Oregon Environmental Council. OEC brings Oregonians together to protect our air, land, and water with healthy solutions that work for today and for future generations. We were founded in 1968 by concerned Oregonians across the state. We are a membership-based, nonpartisan nonprofit. OEC is also a member of the Oregon Water Partnership. Due to scheduling conflicts, I was unable to give testimony yesterday in support of the, in support of the proposed groundwater allocation rules. However, I want the commission to know and the record to reflect OEC's strong support for these rules. That said, I will keep my remarks brief as we're at the end of your very long meeting. OEC sits on the Division 10 RAC, along with many others you heard, or not Division 10, the groundwater allocation RAC, along with many of the others you heard from yesterday and today. The proposed rules are science-based, they protect senior water rights holders, and they will protect Oregon's groundwater resources from over-allocation. By incorporating the precautionary principle with respect to future groundwater allocation, the department shows that it takes seriously its mandate to ensure sustainable groundwater management for the state. In the interest of time, I refer you to the letter submitted by the Oregon Water Partnership for more details on our position. But I do want to take a moment to appreciate the department's staff who have been running and supporting the RAC process. They have listened well, they have been responsive, and they have been accessible to RAC members. The RAC process itself has been transparent and well managed, and I'm pleased to have served on this RAC. So thank you for your time and safe travels as you head home.
Thank you for your comments. In person, I think we have Mario Petrelli, is that correct?
By the way, you're more than welcome to stay in here. That was something completely different. I am Mario Petrelli. I am an engineer. I fix things. That's what I can do. What I had started when I was reading the reports, both from the USGS, the department, there was statements that the current drought period, 2000 to 2022, was the worst in 1,200 years. That got me curious. So I did a statistical analysis for the past 100 years of Harney Basin meteorology. Now I have 4 criticisms of the final report that was presented, reports that were presented to you to make your decision. The first one probably is just the bad science. The department relies for environmental and climate information from NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, through NESDIS, but primarily through the NCEI, the National Center for Environmental Information. Those are the folks who give us wubba drought.gov. When examining those meteorological data, those numbers, would be somewhat kind to say that someone has their thumb on the thermometer. The department did not use actual data from the USDA, the National Weather Service, from the WRCC, the BLM, and to a certain extent, the NRCS. The real data portrays a different portrait than what was presented to the board. But I'm not going to talk about this much because this is more in line with surface water. The bad science is what happens when they're using higher temperatures and lower precipitations. It skews the groundwater source balance. And based on that small skew, there are other issues involved. When the department did its actually input or source into the basin, it relied on 3 water gauges, flow gauges. It missed the 2 that the department operates on the Silvies River, and it also misses the 2 that are operated by the USGS down on the Donner and Blitzen. So when it makes its source estimates, it's going to be lower than actual. And then on the use side, the department had done, they're going by well permits, well reports, and field surveys. They're not working with actual working wells. The technology is there. When I'm doing well count, either going back from space images 5 years or going back to aerial images going back 40 years, the actual counts, as far as what the department presents forward, overstates the number of actual working wells. There's just not been enough inspection or enforcement or whatever is required. But if I remember right, and I haven't looked at the real numbers since early June, I believe there are 182 agricultural permits. If I do an area count, and the last time I looked was in June of this year, the active numbers of wells is far below that. It's about 150, but I didn't spend much time. I haven't done the research or the analysis on it yet, but that's just subjective. There's a 20% less use of active wells than what the state is presenting to the board. The other issue is our growing seasons here are very variable. Some years you can get 2 crops. Lately, we've been getting 3 crops. Some are trying for a 4th. Some of them will make it. But the growing season can be very variable from year to year, decade to decade. Yet when the department makes its determination as how much surface water is consumed, it's always May, October, May, October, May, October. The other issue also is non-use. If I have a permit, but I do not report, but my family are going on a Mennonite seminary or a Mennonite sabbatical to Swaziland, the department doesn't factor that in. Not all well water irrigated farms are used all the time. That reduces the number of the acre feet of consumption. Basically, what's happening is what you presented, that the balance is overbalanced. And yes, we have an underground water problem here, but it's not as bad as people say. But using the corrected numbers, using real data, the imbalance is less. It's still an imbalance, but it's not as dramatic or as extreme that's been presented to the board. Oh, what do I have for next? Let's talk about the critical area, the designated critical area. Now, the data you are looking at is it's selected wells over a period of time. I agree with the final analysis that in the designated area, water levels are declining quite a bit. However, if you take a look at space images, it's not an overall reduction of water consumption that's the problem. It's actually water that's shifting within that hole, that sub-basin there. In the past 3 years, 2 of the pivot farms on the south and the east are no longer in operation. One can assume those wells have gone dry. Yet still in the designated area, there are 2.5 new irrigation farms, or resumed irrigation farms, that may have had low water levels for a while that have returned because they're in operation again. When I look over time, as far as well usage and who's using how much, well, that's another issue too. The process began during the field research and the analysis period. But I have not seen one single pivot farm in either in Malheur or Harney County that is using sprinklers. They're all drop lines. Talking to one prominent rancher farmer, and this is anecdotal, he says he's gone from 4,000 gallons per hour to 2,800 gallons per hour. And I'm hearing similar reports, and there are variations of the savings, but it's about a quarter, 20 to 25% reduction in overall water use. And this is a long growing season. So when it comes to the consumption numbers, the department is presenting very high consumption numbers, yet relatively low source numbers. And I wish the department would take that into consideration. The last issue I'd like to bring up is 44,000 years ago when the Steens Mountain and Hart Mountain blocks faulted and inclined. The last remnants, the basalt shell of the Steens Mountain complex, is a lateral bluff that is known as Wright's Point locally. The other end on the other side of the basin is a basalt formation that's known as Black Rock Butte. Those are the remnants of the mountain as it shifted and inclined. Sorry. Oh, by the way, Steens Mountain is still inclining. When it inclined and it left the cleft where the butte and the bluff are, simple geophysics, decaded over 40,000 years and pluvial lakes and whatnot, that probably the largest reservoir, if not, well, the second largest aquifer in the state may actually be in the Central Harney Basin. My own theory is during the default process, the northern end fractured and inclined or anticlined. That would move the center of where the water is underneath the lakes. Now, I haven't done the exact research. I was just playing around with MATLAB, but I estimated the size, the Steens Mountain block, its mass, gravity, density, weight, as well as the incline, which was easily measurable. But I had to use two different variables, three different sub-variables on those two. If there is no anticline and the actual break is just south of the Rice Point Bluff, there's an enormous pool of water there. Approximately what, 780, 820 feet. I got one, I think it was 1,200. Below the surface, there may be an enormous supply of water, warm quality water. If the fault or it did fracture and break, and the water mass water is underneath the lakes, then the numbers I came up with was I think 920, 980, and 1,080, about 1,200 feet. The question I have, and this is something to think about, is currently the critical designated area will have to have some changes, some enforcements. But will it prevent current long-time and short-term permit users to actually explore the possibility of drilling down 800 feet to see if that aquifer is actually there? The second problem I have, and this is speculation, I know some people are thinking this, and that's the reason why I'm relaying this to the board. Could it be? Well, to back up on that. If the department had been old school, the department, the USGS or the USACE would have been blowing stuff up out in the basin, doing seismic surveys. When the department tells you yesterday the aquifer is contiguous or continuous, it is not. Ask any one of the well drillers and pump suppliers in the basin. They will tell you there are three distinct and perhaps interconnected basins in the area, and they can tell you where it's at. They have 100 years of experience and well records. One will tell you there's a fourth aquifer. You were there yesterday. That's the Silver Creek, Silver Valley, Chickahomie, Suntex, and possibly Riley, where you visited yesterday. That's a sub basin. It's a separate aquifer. I will posit there's another aquifer south of where you were, about 10 miles, west and east of the what we call Wagon Tire Mountain Complex. It's relative small size in respect to the three aquifers that are in the basin, but it is deep, it is channeled. And sooner or later, over hundreds of years, some of that water will migrate over the Doriorite granite, slide down the basalt and into the south aquifer. There's no proof when the states or the department states that this is a continuous aquifer. It never did the scientific method. It actually never assembled a database to presume that conclusion. When the actual feet on the ground, the guys who are taking steel and drilling them through the earth will tell you, well, we know this residential well will go up and down 10 feet during the year. But that residential well, which is deeper, won't do anything, or it'll just continue to decrease. I wish the well master was here. I wish there was testimony from the well drilling companies, but I think they're frustrated with the groundwater process in the beginning and no longer want to participate, thinking that it's a foregone conclusion. But to back that all up, my great fear is if the department and the state who have overstated the problem, but understated the result or solution. If it approaches, let's say, junior water rights users or in specific areas without including the entire Harney Basin, which includes the Silvies and Bear Valley, then there may be a perception among some folks here. Well, let's face it, people here are persnickety when it comes to water rights. We may have a similar situation with this nonsense we had down at the Malheur Refuge 7 years ago. A man was murdered by the state.
Excuse me, can you wrap up your comments?
I'm
please?
there. A man was murdered by the state. If, and if there is another incident, it will be nothing like the last one. And my great fear is there's going to be more violence, more death. Then again, maybe nothing will happen at all. It is a political year, presidential election. And if some folks feel that the election was stolen again, but that's too far in the future, that's way up beyond my pay grade. I would like to thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions at all, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. We have two people waiting online, Lori O'Connor, I believe, and April Snell. No, we lose them both. Okay. I didn't see them.
I'm here. I don't know about the other individual.
Great. Thank you, April.
Thank you, Chair Quimps. For the record, April Snell with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan association of irrigation districts and similar entities across the state of Oregon. Thank you very much for the time today and for the Commission's continued service to Oregon. You've had quite the agenda the last 2 days and lots of topics still ahead. I will endeavor to keep my remarks short, knowing that we are over time, and I don't know about you guys, but I am hungry. So I just want to touch upon a couple items. One, I want to thank the Water Resources Department staff. Generally, you guys have been doing a great job, and especially for Raquel and Bryn and Danielle and folks who were actively engaged in the legislative session. There was a lot that occurred, and I think you've done a great job in explaining that, and we look forward to what's to come. Do want to make a few remarks about the groundwater allocation rules, since that's been a topic that several other commenters have mentioned as well as on your agenda. While those rules are not out yet for public comment, OWRC was a participant on the RAC process, and in comparison to some of the other comments that you've heard, I very strongly feel that these rules are not ready to be moved forward. The rulemaking occurred primarily during the busy legislative session, which hampered engagement and understanding of what are a very complex set of rules. I think there's at least 4 sections of rules that will be looked at. And aside from the rules themselves and concerns about how those may be implemented, my primary concern is the lack of engagement with the folks who are going to be impacted the most. And I would say that's actually all of us. So under a traditional process, there's a 90-day public comment period, as you guys are aware of. The current schedule, which the department has lightly extended, would have this public comment period occurring over the holidays. And frankly, I think if it goes down the current trajectory, it's only going to end in additional litigation. And that, I don't think, is the goal of the commission or of any of us. We are all water users when it comes down to the basics. We are water. We all need it to grow our food, for clean drinking water, for businesses and recreation. And so it is disconcerting to hear that certain groups are willing to ignore things that we've talked about in other forums, which is the need for additional data as well as analysis of that data. And so I think that some of the groundwater allocation process rules are a bit of the cart before the horse. And anytime you have a wheeled object going down a hill, that's not going to lead to good things for any of us. So I do urge some caution. And if there's an opportunity to have additional engagement and discussion about those rules, I think we will all be better off in the future. Secondly, in a more positive vein, I do want to acknowledge again, I think, the staff work, but we are very excited about the $50 million in match funding provided for irrigation modernization projects. Our members are actively Piping is the primary activity, although there are other types of water conservation and water efficiency activities where districts around the state are actively looking to make sure that their water systems are sustainable not only for today, but into the future, providing water not only for the farmers and ranchers they serve, but where they can, putting that water in stream as appropriate. It will be really important that the funding for that new program, which is designed to leverage federally funded projects by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, and EPA. That money is time limited and we should not anticipate it being there forever. And so it's going to be really important that the funding is efficient and that we're able to support those projects that are moving forward. I do think that there's a lot of exciting things in the works there, and hopefully in future meetings, we'll be talking about the processes for that. And then in the not too distant future, there should be some completed projects that you all would be welcome to attend, and groundbreakings and things like that are, I think, exciting, and especially being able to see how good things can move forward, and the state investments at this point in time to leverage the federal investments can really, as a whole, help Oregon move forward so that we can all be better poised in the future to meet our current and future in-stream and out-of-stream demands. There was a lot of other topics that you guys talked about that I could hit on, but in the interest of time, I will close there. Again, I really appreciate your continued service to Oregon and look forward to further engagement. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, April. Good to see you again. Are there any questions for April? No. Said it. That's all. And that concludes our public comment. And I think unless there's anything for the good of the order, we are adjourned. Thank you.